Hello and welcome back to the Blobber Plays. Crimes and Punishment Sherlock Holmes here as part of our Senior Detectives Let's Play series with Miss Morrigan Nightshade.
Hello, hello.
I am very keen on this. This has been, I think, the best one of the Sherlock Holmes games we've played so far. I'm interested to, as sad as it is to move on from the case to do with the train, we will have to suffer on with less train-related crimes and find out how good the rest of the game is. Okay. What's our task to say? Join Lestrade at Strand
I will say,
Lane. Yeah.
you didn't get to science on your train case, did you?
No. We can't bring the science with us. We were too busy carting around several bookcases worth of pointless documents. What was the button? Ah, there we go. But not T, thank you. And can we just tab teleport? Yes.
With the box.
So the opening for this section was that there's been a murder in a Roman bath that has apparently been done without a murder weapon in a sort of sealed roomy sort of thing. Like there's multiple impossible things about this that attracted Sherlock to taking this case over some other case that Lestrade was offering him, and he said, no, that other case is boring and I don't want that, I want this one.
Political. It's political, and it's the one that Minecraft wanted him to be involved in. And we do not do politics, and we do not help Minecraft with these things.
What a beautiful place.
With a dreadful murder. The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here, but please hurry.
In 1 sec, boost that game volume back up to full. Alright.
You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All three witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
Yeah, in a locked room.
Are you able
With
to
other
identify the
people?
men who were with the victim in the steam room?
Yes. The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the city council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see.
Ah.
Was there anyone else here,
The
apart
plump
from
one
those
did it,
gentlemen
huh?
in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
Okay, talk to Phillips, who presumably is in the same room. You.
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
Observe him. He has eyes. He has eyebrows. Scissor cut? What? That's a scissor cut? Oh, his ear has been cut by scissors that we couldn't see from this angle. Well, maybe we could slightly see it. He has a cheekbone. A starched collar. He has...
But the scissor cut isn't coming up on the thing, though. That's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Well,
Grooms himself and that are both weird things. Shiny buttons. Manchester City. Maybe they had more things earlier, and then they reduced it to just that list of things.
that could be.
Please tell us the chain of events from the
That could
start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Back
Very
when
well,
Dodger
sir.
actually
I
streamed.
came in at 6:30 this morning, and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentleman had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
Well, were there other visitors?
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
Are we?
I waited
Oh, God.
until they'd all
Thank you.
entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You
Gonna have to pause.
would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
There we go. Ye old... Ooh, actually no. That's only partially fixed it. Ye old... There we go. Ye old plug it in and out again. Fixes most things. Only most. Resume. And he is, weirdly enough, not a new person. Maybe because we're already selected him and looking at him. Why this is still being troublesome. Phillips is from Manchester. He takes care of both himself and the establishment where he works, and is seen as a good employee. He went out this morning and sent a telegram probably to his own hometown.
These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room. Clothes belonging to one of the suspects. Expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room.
Clothes, expensive clothes.
Expensive clothes is different from the ordinary clothes.
Champagne for a special occasion. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Unopened, it was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session.
And we're done with the champagne bucket. Unless there's something in supervision mode that we were meant to see. Which looks not to be the case. It looks like we are done with the waiting room. On to our semi-clothed suspects.
Scandalous.
Lord Holmes.
Ah, death with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
Let us forget about that.
His was more Greek, though. Didn't know the Romans using hemlock. I know Greeks using hemlock. He's missing an eye?
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
Always the bloody hands.
Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample.
Ooh, we're gonna do science.
Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
He has a wedding ring, like tan.
Well, death is very recent. between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
He has a nipple.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large. I think we have found all that we can here. Taking
One sec, sorry, I need to change our category because this definitely isn't Wallace and Gromit.
I mean, you know,
Is that
what's
it?
in this Wallace? Sherlock Gromit.
There we go. There we go.
into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
We don't have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry, or he is an artist, or a ghost, or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous. Do you know that?
The real question is who is Wallace and who is Gromit in that case? Oh?
I mean, Watson is clearly Wallace, but he does not have the addiction.
We can fiddle with the amount of steam.
I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
But... Huh? But it told me to enter supervision mode. Maybe there's something else while it's steamy that we can look at in supervision mode.
Could very well be.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
Yet... there doesn't seem to be anything other than the... here's how to turn the steam back off. How
Maybe it
weird.
is so that you can see that if you get lost, like in the steam.
fog? Okay. Fog, I don't know. If it was dark, I'd be lost forever, but... fog I can live with.
One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted.
Short-sighted, cracked, sure.
The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. I will need something to pick up this melted metal. It is too hot. I cannot reach into it.
Okay. We need tongs or something similar.
Yes.
And there are the people to talk to. Who do we want to talk to?
Let's begin with the policeman.
Mr. Holmes?
He has probably the least interesting thing to say.
Just says hello. So we have beard. Well... powerful beard, less powerful beard, no beard.
Let's go from no beard to most powerful beard.
I'm in shock. I don't want to talk.
Well, that's easy. Won't talk.
It's horrible. So Rodney is dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
Doesn't want to talk about it here.
It's horrible.
And also
can't
doesn't
talk
want to
about
talk
it.
about it.
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street.
And there's something that we can... there's a key inside the
This key
blood.
was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Gruesome. Phillips was the one outside. We still haven't any hide nor hair of Tongs. Yeah, I think we go outside and talk to Phillips then.
Yeah. Maybe he can provide us with some tongs as well.
Oh?
The steam room. The changing room.
Thank you. My Latin is not good enough to know those. Very helpful game.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
I think, wait for the moment.
Yes.
Please wait.
We haven't finished our investigation yet.
How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room, and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
Did you leave the baths at any time, or receive any visitors?
No, sir, I did not.
Question. What about the telegram where you left? Seems the most reasonable.
Yep.
You are not
Sounds
telling the
like
truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
Who brought the champagne?
There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
Could be. Okay, but no.
Be relevant.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Find tongs is what we should do.
Frigidarium.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that he would be able to ask him about that, but guess not.
Rodney Bentcliffe. Ooh. Photo negatives. Asuan.
Glass plate negatives. A remarkable method for recording ancient civilizations. Glass...
Yeah, we're really
The
going to look
glass
at them?
plate negative is missing.
Oh, we note that one is missing. Okay. No, and we do look at some of them.
It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue.
And then we're done. Well, thank you for kicking us out.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
Oh, that feels like defacing objects. Sir Rodney's draft. Dear friends, I wish to organise a press conference at the Strand Lane Baths next month. 1839 was a remarkable year for my work in Egypt. But now it is time to set my focus upon English archaeology, to shine a light on our national treasures and reveal them to the public. I would like to see as many journalists as possible in attendance to record this event, and record it favourably, if we treat them well enough. I should like to recall my old friendship with Lord Blackmore and use the special funds of the Royal Archaeological Institute for this event. Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. The Daily Mirror. There are few among us who could claim any degree of unfamiliarity with the name of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. A gentleman who possesses the wealth, notoriety, and vigour to well match the finest of his ilk, abound in England. His intellect is equal to his charms, and has oft been declared by the young ladies of the European aristocracy. He holds powerful connections within the Lord's chambers and carries an influence inside the political world. There are those who would call him unforgiving and authoritarian. We should rather say that he is determined and ambitious. His presence at any archaeological site can only mean the success for all concerned. And miraculous reopening of the Strand Lane Roman Baths excavation research. The research efforts were about to be halted when a saviour arrived in the form of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Sir Rodney has taken over immediate control of the excavation, claiming the site holds the key to a great mystery. We pledge to update our readers with all the exciting news as it develops. A shield? No, the letter is more interesting. This metal plate, besides its archaeological interests, appears to be part of something larger. I am at the present unable to determine what exactly it might be. It's not a shield?
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
And we just steal it. Okay.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots
We
with
borrow
numbers
it.
inscribed upon them.
It's a spray paint gun.
Tools used by archaeologists in their research.
Archaeologists use spray paint guns? Oh,
I will
tongs!
need these tongs.
Indeed we do. Okay, now that we have tongs... Well, I actually want to explore the rest of the Frigidarium first. I didn't realize it would be a new loading screen.
My God, are you all right? I wonder how this could have happened.
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the Frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement.
Is there anything to examine about this? Yes. Fallen blocks.
Those stones weigh tons. We won't move them.
It does not matter. If our investigation requires it, we shall ask for them to be removed.
And that's all? Hail, Nemablob. G'day, g'day.
Hello, Nimble.
Okay. Back to the room. In the room, there was the metal to yoink, and there was possibly picking up the embers for no obvious reason. The only thing I can think of is to threaten to burn these people if they don't answer our question.
I don't think that's where we're going with this, but good to know where your mind is going.
That's the only thing I can think of. What do you have? Oh, God. Is it a skill game? Why doesn't it pick it up? Maybe I need to... Okay. How weird.
I should analyze this melted metal.
How can you pick it up if it's melted? Anyway. No, we don't pick up the, It's no longer interactable. We don't pick up and burn our prisoners.
I found him.
Suspects, not
I touched his
prisoners.
shoulder, thinking that he was just asleep.
Ooh, you actually say
I
more?
don't want to stay here.
No.
Let us out, please. It's horrible.
Yeah.
So
If you have to interrogate me, I'd like to be dressed properly first. I feel ill. I want to go.
I can't understand what.
I mean,
Do we
I
ha-
feel like that's a reasonable demand, honestly.
Okay. How much of anything else do we have to do? Melted metal. Performance. Yes! Science! Melted metal found in Brazier. Same with the blood. Same with the dirt. We're going to have so much science to do. Find the missing weapon that was used to kill Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Presumably it is the melted metal. That seems the most reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
The grid cannot be removed. The weapon is nowhere to be found.
Oh.
Oh, but if you turn off the...
If we turn the steam on,
Yeah.
then you want to look at all the grids in great detail? We can do that.
With the steam
wanna
on,
see if,
I'm
like,
unable to
thinks we
see
only need
even a
one
few
of
feet
them, but-
away.
And in supervision mode. Nope. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. 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 And then back to the button. I don't think there were more than 8. Yeah, there's none by the door, so I looked at all 8 of the steamy things.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you would like to do in here?
No, I think I'm all out of ideas at this point.
Then will we allow Lestrade to take them to be questioned?
I doubt he will just hold them there while we get to do science, so I guess we have to.
Keep them in this room
Mr.
forever
Holmes,
until one of
I
them
should like to
confesses.
take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
I would like to know if we can. Like, if we can just keep them there while we go do our
Okay,
science.
Please wait.
sure. We can ask them to wait.
These baths are becoming
And
sinister.
then we can try and teleport home. Yes! I trust the Norwegian to keep people stuck in the sauna all day.
Yeah. They have no complaints. They're comfy.
What should we do next, Holmes?
The body has been removed.
Okay. Dirt. What are we doing with the dirt? Okay, we're bringing it into focus. And then...
Selenite.
selenite. And pyrite.
Otherwise known as fool's gold.
And... there must be something else.
White clay particles. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to. The
Here.
sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans.
Blood science.
Let us analyze this blood sample.
We have to do the focusing thing again? Yes.
This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange.
He has
Let us see what is
porphyria?
inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface.
Well, we
I
have
must take a
peroxide.
pipette and place several drops of hydrogen peroxide.
Okay, you want me to use pipette on hydroxide? Sure.
Mm-hmm. We can't just pour it in there.
Where do I put it? Anywhere? Do I just keep doing it? Oh, no, there was one more. I saw it briefly. There.
Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water.
Almost as if it's in a room with steam.
This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
So, pipette, acid, a water elemental is the culprit. No. Oh, no,
The
yes.
reaction is the same red stain. It is silver, Britannia silver quality. My analysis table. It is useful for my
No
work.
more science. We could change costume maybe, though. What are we wearing? We could put our top hat back on.
Become a bit more formal about it.
There we go.
Could we swap to another suit? This doesn't look like go with the top hat.
We can, okay. But we can search for someone. We want to finish playing dress up. What do you want? Not our casual suit. Our black suit? Our brown
Yes.
suit?
Black suit.
Black? Okay. That will do.
Because the top hat goes perfectly with the black hat.
And it shipped a train to Mexico. No, sadly they drowned the train. Letters. Sherlock, dear brother, you have made the most terrible mistake once again. You are quite aware of the fact that the Empire is at the brink of international conflict. How could you pass this incredibly sensitive case to the feather-brained Scotland Yard bobbies? Very well, yes, they caught the criminals, but have you not read the newspapers? The great fuss that has arisen about it? They're all generalizing all Mexicans. As you know, the Empire has arrangements with a great many varied and loyal Mexican enterprises. You should think about that. We're being told off. Wait, there's another letter? Okay, there's a series of them. The grotesque murder of the former Captain Peter Carey, known in private as Black Peter, has been resolved. Okay, so we were meant to notice this letter was here after the first case. The evidence that...
We were probably meant to notice that the letters were there when Mycroft said that he had sent the letter and it hadn't been answered.
The evidence that Scotland Yard received from a trustworthy source was more than sufficient to conclude that the murderer of Peter Carey was Patrick Carnes, one of Carey's former harpooners. In fact, the dangerous criminal was caught single-handedly by brave Inspector Lestrade in hand-to-hand fight. So we keep our word about not telling anyone that he got beaten up and we had to bare-knuckle box the harpoon pirate man into submission. And he has been sentenced to death.
This is where I keep my post.
Oh, Doggo is
On
not
the
happy.
sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on you again.
Okay, and we look for Sir Bentcliffe.
Yes.
So... Antique...
None of those.
But he's ancient stuff, isn't he? Ancient stuff makes sense here.
For my work in Egypt, okay, I guess Antique Art of British Museum, I just wouldn't see.
That is not the one I need.
Okay. No, it's not going to be economic science. It's not going to be technology. It might be history. Ancient Egypt.
That is not the one I need.
Nope. He was also into
That is
Roman
not
stuff.
The one I need.
The rest is not so much. And it's not going to be botany.
It's probably gonna be the newspaper though for 1893.
Not to be newspapers. Where's the bloody newspapers? Nope. Doesn't look like it's the newspapers. Oh no, it's 10 more years.
Please.
Yeah, 10 more years. Bentcliffe's mummy? Maybe. The great excavation in Assuan has taken over 3 years. Sir Rodney Bentcliffe has directed this archaeological work. A mummy was found with an enucleated eye and posed in an unusual position. The right hand was tensed as if reaching out for something or someone. The mummy was buried upright. She has been named the Desperate Mummy, due to her very peculiar characteristics. Nearby could be read in Latin, "By the eye he was punished, for he saw what he was not worthy." Not that he was not worthy, what he was not worthy, presumably to see? The mummy is believed to be Roman rather than Egyptian, as some symbols found in the tomb are common with the Mithraic mysteries.
Here it is.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
Okay, and it's added to our list of things. We also have the metal plate, perforated metal plate. Does our book want us to do anything else? Only to find the weapon. Do you think there is anything else for us to do here?
I don't think so. I suppose we can't bring
I'm always
bring
wondering what's on
Toby
your
with us
mind,
to the
Holmes.
bath, can we?
No.
It's a shame.
If he heard the
would have
word
loved
bath,
it.
he'd run away.
It's a hunting dog. They're not that afraid of water.
Can we confront or talk to anyone about the materials?
All these events are bad for the bar.
No, no. I think you're just
Mr.
going to
Holmes?
ask to... No, we're going to say wait and go talk to the other people one last time to see if we can talk to them about the metal, or the blood sample, or the dirt.
I found him.
It's horrible. I'm in shock.
Okay, I think we are
I don't want
forced
to
to
talk.
allow him to take
Yeah.
them now.
I think so. Sadly.
You may have the prisoners.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
None, Lestrade.
Okay, and now we can go to Scotland Yard and talk to them all. As well as check their stuff, which we couldn't do when it was in the changing room for some reason.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Not gonna lie.
Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
Okay, Bentcliffe's belongings.
This ring was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room.
Do we have to read any inscriptions on this one?
An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old
tarnish.
jewel.
You might want to print screen that, Maury?
Can do it. We can grab a quick picture of it.
Triangle
There we
with a
go.
square on top?
I see the join. This ring was repaired, and quite badly too, with
The
silver.
game hasn't
Why on earth would they wear
required
such a
us
ring?
to
A very
remember any of
pertinent
these
question.
things yet, but you never know.
Doesn't hurt.
Rodney
Rodney
Bentcliffe's
Bentcliffe. Oh.
notebook. It may contain something of
Sorry,
interest.
Sherlock.
The last pages were torn out. We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil.
We're gonna do the...
To begin with,
Shady,
a few
shady.
strokes of the pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces.
Okay, it doesn't actually mean that. It actually means go nuts. Today I almost found it. This date will go down in history. And that's all.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm
Really?
sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
Again, we steal Watson's handkerchief for doing this.
Well, you can't expect us to use our own.
Cleany, 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 brushy, brushy, brushy.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you
We
must,
finally get to do
Constable.
an autopsy.
Yeah.
It's just very like, oh, if you say so, I guess. Okay. Subject, Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Age, 63. No, we're just given a coroner's report. Maury doesn't get to cut up bodies and split ribs. The right eyeball has been burst, pierced to the hilt by a curved bladed knife. The blade cut through the orbit of the frontal bone, ripping a part of the frontal lobe and the corpus callosum, after which, completing its trajectory in the cerebellum, caused hemorrhagic lesions. All the injuries led directly to the death of the individual. At the upper lobe of the right lung, there is an old injury filled with an amount of mucus and silated debris that may correspond to a chronic infection by elements likely inhaled in a burial chamber, a decaying mummy, for example, or a dried and decomposing food product intended to accompany the deceased into the grave. The remainder of the body does not appear to have been damaged. And the ring appears to be old and has been poorly repaired. Sure. No, it says Sir Rodney's body is ready for examination, which suggests that you are right, Maury. Continue inspecting the crap and talk to the people. Now, we only looked at the ring in the notebook.
A hand-drawn map. An old and rather dirty coin.
Which we're just yoinking all the evidence.
As you do, as you do.
Sir Gregory Pitkin's letter. Sir Gregory Pitkin, manager to Mr. Blinken. Dear Sir, the interests that I represent require the situation at the baths to be changed for the better. At the present time, the frigidarium excavations remain under your direction, and yet the works haven't progressed. You've failed to find anything of value, and were unable to make the frigidarium accessible to the public. It's a valuable asset in the recreation, of a Roman bath experience. I urge you to complete your work within the next 2 months. You have the remaining time to conclude your archaeological research and to find yourself another workplace. It's the people's evidence.
An ordinary pencil.
Well, Blinkhorn could maybe have read the notebook as well then.
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood upon himself. A phial with herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
Okay, St. John's wort hallucinogen.
Sir Gregory Pitkin's visiting card. A fountain pen with solid gold trim. An embroidered silk handkerchief.
With a lion rampant. Okay, that's all the stuff. They're all green. We've yoinked everything we're allowed to yoink. Can try and go visit the body for Maury. Looks like we do get to be involved.
According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs. The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age. An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says.
Oh! It's a bit...
Some light bruising caused by a rope.
a bit physical.
Is
The
it?
bruising is in lines. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere.
Like when we rotate other objects around Maury, they don't flop. They are rigid bodies when we rotate them. Only this thing has been... Like, even when we rotate ropes and paper and things, they don't... They just... The cards, like, do this. They don't... It's a bit much.
That hasn't been dead for that long. He wouldn't have completely settled.
Okay, so... This didn't disagree with the coroner report. Yep, and there's no more looking at his body task. So the only task is talk to them. Whereupon the question becomes...
Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
Who do we wish to speak to first? And we were going to keep going in least to most bearded.
Please escort
Yes.
this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
Inspect. He has... Apparently no interesting things to begin with. He has a mouth that is disdain. Okay. He has a ring. He has a fancy gold chain and a cashmere waistcoat. What have I missed, though? Because it's going back to the start. Oh, he has an eyebrow. Arrogant look.
Mm-hmm.
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes, I'm passionate about archaeology. I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
When the archaeological researches are over, I will be free to complete the restoration. It is the usual process.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
You were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament. Suspicious, authoritarian, unkind. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us increase the potential of the building.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. But then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow. He saw the body first.
Garrow saw the body first.
Mm-hmm.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
Question. So, why do we disagree with the work was progressing slowly before Sir Rodney's arrival?
That doesn't... Do we have anything for that yet? Could I have a look at the options, please?
Yeah. The ring, the champagne, the coin, the letter, and a bloody key. I don't see how the key is helpful. Letter I could see being useful, and they may have found Roman coins. The champagne implies they are doing current business, and I don't know how the other ring would be useful.
I would say the champagne could indicate success somehow, but...
Now I wanted to go look at the Pitkin's letter to see what that said.
Yeah.
And it said... The Frigidarium is still under... Like, they're still doing excavation work there, and they aren't not able to use it as part of the normal baths yet. Please hurry up. So this supports his argument that stuff isn't going quickly enough. So it's not this. Like, if anything, I want to say the last page of the diary that we've made an amazing discovery.
Yeah, but that's not an option.
So of these, I like coin, then champagne.
Okay, we can try that if you want.
No. The answer is not
How
coin.
was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
So champagne?
I mean, it could be that it is the letter, but...
No.
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
But so you think that it's the letter, and even though the letter says it is going slowly?
Yes, but when was that letter dated?
2 months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that's before he gets there.
But usually we're not trying to corroborate people's stories when we're given these. Usually we're trying to show that they're lying. Please complete the work within the next 2 months. Work have not yet progressed. I'll try the
At
letter.
least that speaks of the work, so...
Sir Gregory,
Yeah, I don't...
would you please explain
this seems
this letter? You expressed
wrong.
the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
But the arrival of Sir Rodney changed your mind?
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
We can ask about not the hemlock, the St. John's wort, the melted silver, or the champagne. I'm most interested in the silver. What about you?
I really want to know what that champagne was all about, but I'm
Champagne it
Bring
is.
a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
Okay, and then my option.
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
And finally, the hallucinogenic.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No. But I never liked that parasite.
Do you believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
Okay, and that's Beardless McGee questioned. Next.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I am Tristram Garrow.
Inspect him. He has whiskers. He has an eyebrow. I did think he was looking a bit, like, worried and sweaty. Nice to have this agree with us. He has eye bags. Oh. He has a bad haircut. He has dirty clothes. A protective amulet. A hamster hand and superstitious, sorry.
What is your occupation?
I am a counsellor at the district chamber.
And what were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yes. So many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing by that. I apologise.
The murder or Sir Rodney? We'll go with Sir Rodney.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
Ease him into the more difficult topic.
Working with a genius.
He already seems
He
nervous.
was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you, and he trusted me. But
Are you feeling unwell?
I'm sorry. It is I. I remember. I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear. No, nothing. I'm better now.
Okay, he's maybe having some hallucination-y nations.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well in there.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't remember.
Saw the knife? What did it look like?
Everything was as if in a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was shining like gold.
Anything unusual? Ring, melted silver, or your favourite topic, the champagne?
The champagne!
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Okay, I'm interested in the metal.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, he put a protective amulet in there.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins, and he started to laugh.
So that sounds like potentially the big discovery.
This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know. His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now.
And are you perhaps drugged?
Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it. Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
I wonder if you get, like, different text with him if you give him the drug first.
I doubt it.
Okay, and then most
Please
powerful
escort
beard
the
man.
suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
Inspect. He has a birthmark, which is apparently not interesting. Oh, there was something. I saw it. Not wealthy. Ah, here we go. Not wealthy, rusty braces, shabby workwear. Dirty. Recent earthwork. Calluses, so he's a manual labourer, or else plays a lot of guitar. And what's the first thing that I missed? His powerful eyebrows. He's inattentive. Oh no, he is attentive. Opposite, sorry.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And has it been successful?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
What about Sir Rodney?
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man, no. But he was talented. I felt a great admiration for him, I must say.
Was it your first collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with him. Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
Surprisingly?
Well, Sir Rodney was a cold man, and so very secretive, too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room, and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that. I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
The champagne.
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
What about the silver?
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me. Then he advised me of quite the opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
Ring, drug, or work?
I mean, we're gonna do all of them, so just start from the top.
What can you tell me about Garrow?
Well, he always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately.
Voices
He
and
complains about
visions.
Voices and visions. I will keep an eye on him because I'm worried.
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself?
Sir Rodney has had his own particular ideas of archaeology.
How well were your researchers progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
Disbelieve. Because of the letter? The letter said things were going slowly.
Yeah.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
What will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
Well, I haven't thought about that. But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
Okay. The end. Find the missing weapon. I am at a bit of a loss. Go back and research the baths?
I guess so. There was nothing we could ask that guy that was standing next to the corpse with, right?
I think so. Can double check.
I doubt he has anything to say, but just to...
No, this is Watson.
What should we do
Oh, it's
next,
just
Holmes?
Watson. You walked past so fast that,
It's hard to tell,
didn't even
yeah.
recognize him.
Okay. Teleport power to the baths.
And I mean, if we're truly stumped, we can always do our deductions, I suppose.
Well, it is flashing that at us. Double check. This isn't green, but I just think that's because we can turn it on and off. Have we re-investigated the room since they left?
No.
Yeah, so it's probably worth doing, even though I don't think this is going to do anything.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
Because what I think is we might do a deduction and then do a recreation of how easy it is to see the body for a guy who's removed his
On the
glasses.
other side of the... From the other side of the steamy room without their glasses on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there doesn't appear to be anything, so deduction mode.
What was the Rodney's lie?
That he's working alone and secretly. Not with everyone else, apparently.
And let's see. Inside Brazier and Garrow's drug.
Yup. Garrow was under medication. Silver medallion was found in the brazier. No.
Okay. Broken glasses and Brazier.
Inside the brazier?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Possible silver... Yeah, I mean, that's obvious. I don't get why that was glasses, though. Is it meant to... Are we meant to believe that the glasses had been melted?
Don't know.
Yeah, I don't quite follow what that was trying to make us think.
And inside Brazier is still a thing, so it's clearly supposed to be used on multiple things. Could Pitkin's fight be combined with
Effective arrival?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yes. Blinkhorn's humiliation. His work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney, but at a high cost to Blinkhorn's morale. Or, Blinkhorn's work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney, and he was thankful for the possibility of working together and the chance of learning from him. So is he jealous or is he thankful? He sounded thankful.
We haven't found anything to indicate that he was humiliated.
And he says he's worked with him before, that he, appreciated him. Now, he could be lying.
He agrees that he isn't great, but, his work is solid.
Yes. I'm inclined to go this until we see more evidence for him being humiliated.
What was the stolen note again?
According to Sir Rodney's notes, he was about to make a remarkable discovery, which could maybe be argued to be effective arrival. Like, this is saying he's effective and this is saying that he's good? No.
Could it be effective arrival and champagne? Could he have been the guy who did the champagne, since no one else says that they're...
I'd agree with stolen... Where was the one that is, really good lately? Yeah, about to make a remarkable discovery, I think, matches with champagne more than that.
Yeah.
But also
Let's
no.
try that one. Okay. I swear, if it's very liquid blood and champagne, or the drug and champagne, I'm gonna be...
It's not drug and champagne.
No, it would probably be very liquid blood,
It's not liquid blood and champagne.
And the drug shouldn't affect the blood either, as far as I'm understanding.
What about strange wound and drug?
Okay, you can try. I don't think so. I feel like we're still missing something.
G'day, Wick. Well, one question is, if we exit out of here, does it still, hassle us to do more connections? Because if so, that suggests that there is some possible combination. No, Wick, we have not. I was playing some Wallace and Gromit first. And it is still hassling us to do more connections.
Yeah. We're not far into the case.
To summarize very swiftly, there's been a murder in a bath. The bath was a locked room, so only the 3 people in the locked room could presumably be the murderer. One of them is very timid and on drugs. He has hallucinations. One of them is potentially jealous, but generally seems friendly with him. And the other one is like the business owner and also doesn't, like, no one seems to want him dead. It's weird that he's been murdered by one of these three people, as far as we can tell. It's not like there are 3 people that all would want him dead, and how do we tell which one is it? As far as we can tell, they would all quite like him alive.
Feel like we're missing something. Could I have a look at our inventory, please?
Yes, Why won't you... There we go. We have Drug Vial. It proves that it has strong psychological effects if misused. The Letter. Letters from Sir Gregory Pitkin threatening the work of Mr. Blinkhorn. An old Roman coin covered in dirt. A hand-drawn map found amongst Sir Rodney's belongings, which you'd think we'd want to go to wherever this indicates, and yet... Weapon shape. It was long and curved. A perforated metal plate. The ring, old and poorly repaired, with the not Egyptian symbol on it. Melted silver. It was Britannia quality silver.
Right.
Sir Rodney's draft. He was, about to make an important discovery. A bloody key was found the key was found amid the pool of blood that was out of him. And there is a chilled champagne with ice still. Finally, this guy ran off to give a telegram, but he doesn't seem to be a suspect. And the suspect list has been updated with rich guy who owns the bath. Whatever he has done, he certainly doesn't believe that he should be in prison for it. Nervous guy on drugs. He suffers from severe myopia. He seems very disturbed, possibly due to the shock of the murder, but not that alone. He is unshaven and clad in old, dirty clothes. And Blinkhorn, true archaeologist, lives and breathes his work, remained in his profession for 15 or 20 years, seems to enjoy it. You wanted what?
Documents, please.
Documents. So I've got the letter about progress was slow until 2 months ago. The coroner's report, which agrees that man stabbed in eye. Had fungus on lungs from opening mummy tombs. Otherwise, nothing notable. So Rodney's last note, I will go down in history. Bentcliffe's mummy. There was a weird mummy found with a hand reaching out position, but it appeared to be a Roman mummy, not an Egyptian one, and it had a, by the eye he was punished for he saw what he was not worthy. Now, admittedly, this is a mention of eye, and the guy was stabbed in the eye. Bentcliffe's research. The metal plate appears to be some part of some larger thing, though he can't work out what it is at the moment. The newspaper report about the baths reopening. That they will keep us updated on future stuff now that Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is involved, because he's worth talking about, whereas the other guy wasn't. And then the back history on Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. He's smart, he's handsome, the women everywhere love him, men wish they were him, etc., etc.
Okay.
His draft. He was demanding a meeting of the Archaeological Society, presumably to show his new findings. And that's it.
Okay. Well, I feel like we've done this room, but could we just double check the other rooms in this location?
Yes.
Just to be absolutely certain that we've not missed anything. There's the bottle. That's fine.
Still green.
That's already still green. It was green on the outside screen as well, so that isn't something that we missed. That's fine. Look up, please.
One step ahead of you. Because
Uh-huh.
the last time I got stuck, it was from not looking at that bloody sign to go to the mines.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm
so
paranoid
then
about
let's
it
see.
now. Oh yes, we couldn't possibly follow the side path unless you've looked at the sign that says where the side path goes.
Uh-huh.
Grizzle, grizzle,
It's
grizzle.
very important to read your same.
These baths are becoming sinister.
His waste paper basket is empty.
No, it isn't.
What?
There's a letter in there, but we can't get it.
We can't interact with it. It's empty from our perspective.
Yes, but it's not empty. Okay, so
I'm
we
always
wanted
wondering
one
what's
of the
on your
other
mind,
rooms.
And the only other thing is the fridge room again, where we'll get...
Wasn't there another room as well?
There's the office. But we have
Okay.
fully exhausted all of this as far as I remember.
You're moving a bit fast because...
Yeah.
could you go back to the desk, please?
Yep, nothing.
Yeah.
Table
And did you check this room with
with supervision. Yep, nothing. And then there's the corridor.
This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's workshop.
Nope, and we can't go any further.
Okay.
Hmm.
Then Baker Street, I guess.
Okay.
Nothing in there. Nothing in any of those spaces. No syndicate. Missed something here. The research didn't really give us anything. And there's a map
We
that
don't
could
have many
probably
leads
look
here.
into. Do we have a map?
My analysis table. It is useful for my work. A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
It could be useful, but you're not gonna look at it.
No.
This is
But
where
it
I
said
keep my
examine.
post.
Why would it say
A
examine?
map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful. My archive. I can always consult with it.
It was how we first gained access to the outside world, wasn't it?
I didn't think so.
We've never snooped around Watson's room. But it's empty. Pat doggo.
On the sofa for the third time to...
Something.
And we could change our costume again, but that is all.
That is not helpful in this case.
So... what about his lie and stolen notes? Why would Sir Rodney be hiding anything? Could his discovery be the motive for the crime? But why didn't we get two choices there? Last expedition. Find out where Sir Rodney was several days before his murder and uncover his previous secret.
Oh. Okay.
Ow.
So we needed that one. Now go out and let me just check the other thing.
Sorry, what do you want to check out? in
The
world?
evidence. On task lists.
Now this lets us
Yes.
use the map.
Now I get to use the map. Oh, curses.
We didn't have triggered the flag.
Yes. I was on the right track, but missed the flag.
Well, I'd commented, right? Why have we got this map, but we aren't looking for the X marks the spot on the map? It's
Wait,
very...
where did you go now?
Oh, to the bar.
No.
Because presumably this is where the map leads.
No, you used the map on the map. In Baker Street.
Oh, it points to a location around St. Albans, in the north of London. Okay. I assume this was a map of, like, where he discovered crap here.
No.
Alright,
That is
then.
why the map was had a little thing examine map, but we couldn't use it with the evidence because flag hadn't been triggered.
Okay.
Grumble.
I thought it would be like, here's a secret passage, or a secret room in the bath.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
We have to overlay the tracings again.
It said southeast, didn't it?
Is this all of London? I assume this is just the appropriate subsection of London. Yeah, it looks like a small subsection of London. So the main thing to look for would be the appropriate width of the intersections.
There.
There.
It's right there. No, down.
That? There's no more
And then
down.
over to the road. There you go. You were hovering over it.
You think this is it?
Watson, pack your
Yes.
bag. We are
Okay, it
visiting a
doesn't quite-
location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map.
Well, it agrees with you. So well done. Maybe I'm just
Location.
spoilt from how exactly the train maps overlapped.
I mean, I'm giving this some leeway because it's a hand-drawn
Hand-drawn,
map.
yeah.
So if the road goes slightly to the left of the map,
The archaeological field is closed until further notice. Entry is forbidden.
This archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here?
as if a sign could stop Sherlock
I'm
Holmes.
always wondering what's on your
As
mind,
if a
Holmes.
sign could... Dun 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 dun. Domum Hadriano.
The door has been left open. Someone did not care or was in haste. This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
Hidden Temple of Mithras. The followers of Mithras were covert worshipping more conventional deities such as Juno or Neptune in their everyday lives. Mithras temples were usually found below the temples of other gods. The followers referred to their traditional deities to gain passage to the Mithrarium. The examples of the Mithraeum of Dio in France is interesting, and as the entrance was located beneath a carved statue of Diana. This entrance was possibly revealed by a clever stone and rope mechanism, which may never have been discovered if the water infiltration hadn't destroyed the mechanism, opening the way down to the Mithraeum. Mithraic temples can be found in Rome, Ostia, Numidia, Dalmatia, Britannia, and along the Rhine-Danube frontier, whilst being somewhat less common in Greece, Egypt, and Syria. Okay, and then it kicks us out of the desk. So that is giving the secret tunnel or whatever that I wanted is being hinted at.
Hmm.
Curses and beliefs, and the empty coconuts that they used to imitate the sound of horses' hooves, another strange ritual for the old gods to keep the evil spirits away. The people, feeling that the dark eye was upon them, would melt their valuables in the fire. Sub-Saharan tribes burned fruits, and the rich Roman families spared no expense melting silver or tin. It is not recorded if such valuable offerings were thrown away with the ashes or reused at a later date. So this would potentially give reason for man to throw his
Yes.
silver valuables in the fire if he's crazy enough to think that it will help keep evil spirits away.
Like if you'd believe that you're haunted by a Roman mummy, then yeah, sure, use Roman beliefs to
Counter the mummy.
counter the mummy.
Tauroconomy. I don't know what... Like, Taurus to me means cow, like male cow. Yeah, actually, that's probably right. The knife used by Mithras for the sacrifice of bulls is originally a curved sacrificial blade of Persian origin. Its curve can be from 5 to 15 degrees. Its name is derived from the Persian shamshir, meaning sword. This radically curved sword family includes the shamshir, scimitar, talwar, kilij, pulwar, and Mongol saber. The myth of the golden knife is the key to the Mithraic mysteries that some describe as an equivalent to the Holy Grail. The golden knife carries a curse that will spill the blood of the unworthy who dare to touch it. And our new tasks is what important discovery did he make, and search this excavation site. We've stolen some metal cubes. And Mithraic mysteries. The cult of Mithras was a mysterious religion practiced within Roman Empire around the 1st to 4th century AD. The name of the Persian god Mithra, adapted by the Greek as Mithras, was linked with new and distinctive imagery. Worshippers had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation with ritualistic medals. Initiates would meet in the underground temples that were retained in large numbers. The iconic scenes of Mithras showed him as being born from a rock and slaughtering a bull. And we now have a book about the mysteries and molded pieces that we can do science with. And supposedly we can talk about this to someone?
Yeah, it's a talking point.
But, as much as I want to rush home and do science, should probably finish looking around here. a Cyclops. Oh, oh.
The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature helping Vulcan at the forge. Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking.
Which gives us a... nothing? No, it gives us this. A fresco depicting Vulcan and Cyclops at work in the forge. There didn't appear to be anything else down here. A nice big pile of nothing. Temple.
Construction
Where would you-
hooks.
Stairs?
Pardon?
Why use the stairs when you can go down behind the tree instead?
I'm trying to follow the right wall to make sure I don't miss any areas. Ooh.
Neptune, the god of the sea. It is a statue of Minerva.
Oh, but we don't care about the two people in the middle.
It is a
no.
broken
No.
statue of a bull.
No, we don't.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
God, the water is loud.
The gastrofetes were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
Let's get away from the hideously loud water.
The door has been left open. Someone
But if
did
it
not
wasn't so
care
loud, how
or
would you
was
know that
enhanced.
it's probably dangerous water and would definitely drown if you walk into it?
Because we'd be told about the dangerous undertow, Mori.
Nah.
One day we'll get up to playing that game. Dear Lord Blackmore, the manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, was quite a nuisance at the start when I arrived. After you stepped in, he's become so much more helpful. Occasionally, people of his rank are not well suited to a work of such great magnitude. They lack the vision necessary. In a few weeks' time, I hope to bring good news to the Strand Lane baths. I'm on the verge of discovering a major archaeological artifact. One that might be used politically by your party to demonstrate the strength of our ancestors and fulfill the need to protect our empire from any present and future threats. Gastrofetes, Calvin, Hobbes, and you consider yourselves as being so smart and funny. I had a good laugh when you froze Miss Durkin's note about the Ark of Hadrian in the ice. However, our thesis exams are just ahead, and as you are the so-called brain of your improbable duo, I have to warn you that my Gastrophetes model, the ancient Greek crossbow, and not the medical device to relieve constipated people, as you might have thought, is not to be touched, or else I will have to inform Mr. Wormwood about everything you've done in these last 2 years. P.S. I ate Hobbs tuna sandwich. S. Spittle.
Not Hobbs tuna sandwich.
And then there's a
This
disassembled
is a
crossbow,
reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
which feels awfully like we might have to
This
assemble
is
it.
a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
It's an object of interest,
This
but we just
is a
can't do anything to it
reproduction of
yet.
An ancient Greek crossbow.
It just does the same thing if I click on it. Which is odd. train!
This railway is used to remove rubble from the site.
Can we get down in there? Yes. The Tablinium. Oh. The game wants us to be in supervision mode.
This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here? This wall was covered with mud recently. What
Item
could be
required.
hidden here?
We need to clean the mud with something? But it says it was covered in mud before,
This
not
wall
anymore.
was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here?
Oh, no, no, no. As in it was covered. Someone has added mud. Not as in it used to be covered in mud until recently. Beauty of the English language. I mean, I misunderstood it in an important way. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I don't know where we're going to get a tool to scrape off the mud.
This is a
Crossbow is
reproduction
still
of an ancient Greek crossbow.
Interactable. Maybe now we can interact with the, these things?
Construction hooks.
No, I thought maybe we could scratch the mud off with the hooks. That's just the fresco. And nothing has changed in here. What important discovery was he about to make? Okay. Can we go and do science, or do you go talk to people? Bless you.
Sorry.
For want of your answer, I will rush to do science.
Of course you will.
Okay, what can we find out with the power of science?
There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to gather them.
We have to assemble the cube. Even though it's not a cube, it will be a rectangle. Okay. But shouldn't the piece have a... What the hell is verify? Oh, so it tells us which pieces are correctly put together already. Okay, so we need something that touches you, which could be How do I move you? But it can only be that. Huh? Right, because none of the other facings of this could insert into that.
But you can rotate. Hold for vertical rotation.
Do you think I can... No, that does the whole... This just lets us look underneath the whole thing.
Okay.
It doesn't
I thought
let
it was
us...
like rotate individual.
Yeah, it's not rotate the sub-components. Otherwise, yes, we could maybe rotate... But no, because none of the other sides have pointy outy bits either. Unless the bottom had a pointy outy bit. And we can already see the bottom doesn't have a pointy outy bit. Feels like there must be some control of this that I'm missing. Can we hit F1 for a tell me how to control? We cannot. Well, next obvious thing is this triangle aligns with this triangle. But again, how do we... There has to be a way to rotate them that it's not telling us.
Mm-hmm. But when you're holding it like that and hitting Q, does that do anything?
No.
Or does this automatically go back to that select all?
It automatically,
Okay,
even when I, like, I've currently got it highlighted, even.
Yeah.
And yet it's still... What about that?
Swap pieces. Is that just to drag?
Pardon?
And when it says swap pieces, is that just...
Where? Okay, we can rearrange them.
Uh-huh.
Why it doesn't tell us this. Okay, then you obviously go on the top. Because you've got a flat top. We want another thing with a flat top. Preferably with a triangle. Well, the only thing I see with a flat top is you. So, you and you may swap. Does anything else have a flat top? This does. So this and this may swap. Now we need to find a triangle-based one of the top ones, which looks like it'll be this one.
So then you just spin it around to see which one has the triangle underneath?
Huh? I mean, I can see it's already this one, isn't it? And now we just need to move this one so that it's facing that way. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. And then... we need this one and this one to swap.
Mm-hmm.
So that there's a square thing to input in this this edge here. Yes. Then... which one of these has a triangle? That would be only this one. And that means it needs to rotate to there. Check. And then finally, this needs to rotate 180. Okay. Next.
And if we then rotate to look what's underneath that, we should be able to figure out what needs on the next layer.
I was going to work on putting 4 flat things on the bottom. So, like, obviously, that goes there.
Fine.
And then do what we did to the top to the bottom. So... we know that the input for you is rectangle. At least we think so. Right. No, it's lumpy thing. So it's this one. Rotate. Like that. Yes. And then the next one needs an input, which means it's obviously you, but rotated 180. Check. And then you, how do you interface with this one? With...
just have to be rotated a bit so that the corner is actually on the corner.
Okay. And then the only 2 pieces are these pieces. This has a wedge-shaped thing, which matches with that. Check. And lastly, triangle, which means I don't see a triangle. Oh,
well, no, but it has to be with the corner.
That is a triangle.
The corner has to be out on the edge anyway.
The flat sides have to be on the outside, sure.
Yeah.
It is a mold, and it is ready for casting. The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet... the mold is prepared for casting.
Okay.
Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster solution.
Then water. Add water to plaster. Stir vigorously. Remove the stopper. No? There is no stopper.
And then chop the tomatoes.
Now let us see what we
It's
have
not cooking,
here.
Mama.
It's stir rigorously.
I'm sorry? What does it want me to do?
Rotate it. So that it covers the entire thing.
Oh, it's going to be hollow.
Yeah.
Why would you... No, you make a solid cut... Whatever. How is that not the whole thing covered now? There we go.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson.
Okay.
My analysis table.
There is no more table to do. And the game is flashing the B at us.
But could we see the tab first, please?
Book about the Mithraic cults. Can we see what?
No, I just wanted to have a look at this.
This hasn't updated other than we now have mold and knife. No, that's the same old knife. We don't have new knife? New knife doesn't deserve existing.
That's a bit strange. That's a bit strange.
Search the excavation site. Who killed him? What important discovery was he about
so we
to
haven't
make?
finished. We haven't finished the excavation site.
Supposedly. Well, that's because we need to work out what scrapes off the mud. But we don't know. We don't know what the tool is for that.
Could we have missed it?
Could have.
Because, like, for me, that doesn't seem like something that you would have to go back and forth for.
There's also this to do. So what, you want to go back searching?
I would like to go back searching.
Sure.
So we could also just do the strange wound and the weapon in the cab on the way.
Strange wound and mold?
Yes.
The mold was used to create the murder weapon. Check if we can create a silver knife with the materials found. Does this mean we get to do more science, though? The mold can be used to create a silver reproduction of the... Okay, so go back to our table and make a silver version?
I don't know if
Let
it's
us try
that
to create an
or-
object
yeah,
from
I
silver
guess.
by using the mold.
Melt. Apply...
It will take a minute
Gas?
to melt the silver with my gas burner.
Ignore
Done.
where he's getting the gas
now I can
from.
proceed further.
Pour silver in mold.
The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down.
Have a nice cup of tea.
Done. Now I can proceed further.
Turn off the gas.
No. It's just always on forever now, Maury.
And that's how Sherlock burnt down the house.
A homemade silver knife. Excellent. We have created a knife with the silver that we found. It could have been used to kill Sir Rodney.
It was precisely
It was
the right
extremely
amount.
clever to create a weapon that could dissolve at the scene of the crime.
Okay, and this gives us new thinking. We now have silver knife and wound.
And inside the brazier.
Really? You don't want to...
Okay, fine. Do the wound.
No, okay. And then brazier equals melted weapon. It was used and then destroyed in the brazier. So it wasn't a, amulet. And then that's it. I don't know. Unselect. Unselect. I want to look at them. I just don't want to select any game. Stop it! Yeah, none of these are new now. So, goodbye. Can we go question the people now that we have that new talking point again?
But excavation.
Excavation? We have this talking point.
But excavation.
Tell me where you want me to go.
Let's see. Where to go?
I assume through the gate and actually at least to the first house.
Yes. Yes. And I feel like we searched the first house pretty thoroughly.
Yes.
Okay. And then just step outside of the house and look towards the excavation site.
No tools here.
Uh-huh.
There's the first one with the fresco.
Okay.
Which has a skull, worryingly enough.
No, that makes sense. Those barrels... No, they can't be used for anything, it seems. Okay, I will...
The only thing I'm seeing in here is the fresco.
Yeah.
Which is already green.
I agree.
So there is the pits, the ark thing, or the temple.
The pits, please.
I don't need the ropes for now.
Yeah? I would like rope.
We don't want rope.
I don't need the ropes
Okay.
for now.
There's a pit.
What else is around here?
Which was hiding
Well,
tools.
we found a bunch of tools.
The mud scraper.
Excavating tools, a bucket, shovel, and brush.
Okay, so we can go scrape the mud. Oh, I'm gonna get stuck. Fine. Brushy, brushy, brushy. Okay, is that
I
enough?
can see now. Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman Baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for?
Because it indicates there's a secret tunnel under the Frigidarium. Visit the Frigidarium. Has it gotten rid of our...
Yeah, it said now excavation is complete.
Yes, it has. Sir
So
Rodney
now I'm
has
happy.
left leads that points towards the Frigidarium. And what changed? The fresco, presumably, has changed.
Find a use for the statues.
Yeah, find a use. Statue of Neptune. Fresco depicting them. All of the statues. So we might find a puzzle that needs a crossbow in the underground thing at the baths, and then we'll come back and assemble a crossbow. A very colourful picture in his book.
Paints
Mr.
do
Holmes,
exist at the
we've cleared the
time.
corridor to the Frigidarium. You can visit it now.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
The story flag will let you go to this new location now. So many busts. The medical symbol?
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the flagstones.
Caduceus. Oh, because we probably need to activate the right gods. So we need to activate Poseidon. You can take away Caduceus. Caduceus wasn't one of the
And there's
three
no
where you
Apollo.
have. Then we need to find Minerva.
Jug? I don't know who Jug would represent. Spider! So these are anti-brute forcing symbols. Helmet. Ship. One-eyed face.
Yes. Cyclops we need. Is Minerva the jug?
Wreath. This would normally be Nike, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Nike for victory.
Yeah.
Oh, this one doesn't have one. This one doesn't have one. Scorpio!
I mean, Minerva is usually owl, though.
Owl or horse? Maybe we should look at the statues as well. Like, that one is obviously Poseidon, sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's a woman.
Mm-hmm. But it's not her.
It doesn't look particularly Minerva-ish, yeah. What about Jug Woman? That looks... That's her. Right, she's got a helmet.
Yeah.
But her symbol
that
is
looks like her.
supposedly... Okay, her symbol is... Her symbol is helmet.
Okay. Not quite appropriate, but sure.
I would have thought that's like Ares. Okay, and who else do you want?
No, that should have been the three that we have, I thought. God of War. Well, I guess Vulcan and Cyclops in the Forge.
I mean, there were the other statues, right?
Yes, but these are the only ones that we need to find a use for.
These are the... Okay. That's a bit meta.
No, that's logic. Game tells you to find use for three things. But so that's
Okay,
like
so
Cyclops,
forging,
and I guess
forging,
it's the
forging. The closest would probably be the jug is to do with making things. Like, I can't imagine it's Scorpion. Or Spider.
I can't believe it's... It's the Enery... There's none of this, like, statues or anything that would match with him. Is that right?
Not that we can see. Poseidon is pretty clear. That's a woman. That's... I would go with Ares. He looks very military. Blank, Minerva. Blank. Another woman, but a... not Minerva-y woman, and then blank. I haven't actually looked around at all the edges because we got distracted at looking at the statue, so I'm going to do that. No.
Could you go back to the helmet, please?
Yes.
Quickly. Examine.
Let's just push it in or out.
No. What's the symbol underneath?
Sorry?
symbol that you have uncovered.
Oh. I don't know what that is. Do the others have it? Can we just press them randomly until we uncover all the symbols? No, that doesn't have one. Doesn't look like it has one. That does have one.
Mm-hmm.
That one does not. Doesn't look like it has one. No. How are we cheating? We're looking for another matching symbol, Wick. No.
I just wanted to look at the different symbols that were underneath the ones we had, but oh well.
Oh, you just wanted to... Okay, so you can print screen that. There you go.
Let's see. Whoop. Okay.
Alright. That's the only one I haven't done. So...
I mean, since it's the only one we haven't done by all means,
yeah,
but...
takes only 5 seconds. Done. Next one, symbol that you actually want, is this one, which looks like a key. And then the last
Got
one...
it.
Yeah, triangle. With an open side.
Okay.
We can actually look at the symbols in here.
Oh, that we probably need that so that he knows that this is relevant.
Yes, we need it to trigger the flag.
Uh-huh.
A hidden sign.
No point in me using my gray cells to step ahead of Sherlock again.
A hidden symbol.
Flags.
Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading.
That hurts.
All I need is imagination.
They're hitting here.
Combine it.
Or we can rotate
Yeah.
them.
Rotate it so that it makes everything connects into a thing.
That doesn't look like it's a thing.
Try using the smaller ones.
Like, you want them to overlap. I kind of want them to point at something.
Point everything towards the... We'll see. I want to create like little shapes there. There.
That looks...
No, you had it.
That bit, I'll give you, looks promising.
No, not like that. I want you to match those two edges up to each other.
But these don't...
Not there. And then just wiggle the other ones into place.
One of them isn't like the
The
others,
signs
though.
are pointing to this bust.
Boo!
Boo. It was fine. look down. Look around with the back.
Are you sure, game? Build a crossbow and shoot this.
We're not shooting it. Can we,
Oh? It put us on the wrong side.
Oh!
Boo! Where has it opened it? Because I felt that was behind there, but it's somewhere else. That door? That door?
I think it was behind the other statue that we were at, but...
Here.
No, it wasn't. Down we go!
Spelunking time?
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place visited by Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. We are approaching the end of this mystery.
There was something here. Okay, salt. A lamp.
A broken glass plate. What is it doing here? I should examine it at Baker Street. How very peculiar. An ice maker.
Why would Sir Rodney have brought such a device here?
Why indeed?
A sack of crude salt.
Okay, there's nothing else in this room. It's pretty.
Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull.
Can we look at the other frescoes? No. No.
They weren't interesting enough, apparently.
Yeah, they're not. This one is, though.
This fresco resembles either a ladder or a
This
hierarchy.
feels like something we might, that we might want print screened. The 7 grades of Mithras initiation.
We have it in the book.
Bird, cup, wand, diadem, spear, helmet, wizard hat, spade, pointy mace, beetle? Khopesh, boomerang, torch, ox collar, whip, target and javelin, weird helmet, and another Khopesh. And we also have broken glass to do science on, and to search the tunnels.
This fresco resembles either a ladder
Okay,
or
these
a
are the
hierarchy.
same, both sides.
Time to lantern.
I mean, that looks somewhat mummy-ish, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason,
Mummified
only this
bodies.
mummy is
We're
interesting.
in some type of catacomb. The pillar collapsed a long time ago.
Because it's supported by skulls. Which is...
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor.
Does it? Ooh, it makes a... That was Neptune's symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do the same with the other ones? Yes. And then we have to fix... We have to make a pretend column that will light the last thing? Seems the go?
Yes. We have the plaque.
Trident, animal head, face.
It is very similar to the face of Mithras. It resembles a bull. That is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea.
Imagine. Imagine? Maybe I meant to... Yeah, I meant to imagine the missing plate. Or missing pillar and plate. What angle do I need to be at to here?
You were a little bit left.
So how do we make that? We've imagined it. How do we make it?
No, I think that's it. I think you don't need to do anything more than that.
Really?
This shadow seems to represent a
Yeah,
bridge.
it's there now.
The shadows show us the way to go. We will find Mithras after Neptune, the bull, and the bridge.
Neptune, Bull, Bridge, Mithras. Sure.
How dreadful. Judging by the broken orbit, this poor fellow met a death similar to Sir Rodney's.
This shoe is not from the Roman era. It is medieval at best. This man was a tomb raider who met with an unfortunate end.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
No, he saw what he was not worthy. Not that. I commented about that earlier. Naughty. Saying your line wrong.
Mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb.
Well, I guess we can move on.
Okay, it looks like there's nothing else directly here. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Cal.
Mummified body. Mummified bodies.
And then it seems like we're at the dead end.
But...
A shovel. Not from the Roman era.
Okay. We're not allowed to take the shovel. So do you want a science before we go to talk to people, in case that becomes another talking point?
Yes, I just thought that the buttons that this are indicating to use would be here. It seems odd to me that Poseidon, Bull, Bridge, Mithras. Maybe we go back and use it at the other...
I would assume it was in the bats that you were gonna need it, but...
Yeah, I would assume we'll use it here, but... The only other place I can think of that has a bull is there, right? There was a statue with Poseidon, there's a statue of a bull. And that would also explain why we needed to find a use for those statues. Although they're not saying that we need to find a use for them anymore.
No, because we have already used them.
Damn. That counteracts that. Okay.
Let's just go do science.
Just go do
You'll feel calmer once you're scienced.
Here, Blobber, have some science. Go feel good. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Cannot offer train, so do science instead.
Okay. The photo plate, we have to assemble it. Yeah, I figured it would be play assemble the puzzle. Well, you are the bottom right edge. You are the bottom left edge, presumably. We don't know where you belong. Is there another corner piece? You can be the top.
You did enough of the puzzles in the hidden object game that this should be
In your game, in Ravenhurst. That belongs there. That feels like it belongs there. I do not sense where that belongs. That belongs there. That belongs there. That belongs there. That belongs there. And now we have to assemble our subsystem bits together. Come on, that's clearly where that's meant to go.
Done. Watson, could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph?
Hooray.
Thank you, Watson. Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph.
More science. No, it's actually cleaning minigame. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed this technique. Brushy, 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 brushy. Brushy, brushy, brushy,
Making
brushy.
ice cream with salt. It's a great little thing.
I don't know that I'd want salty ice cream. The whole thing about ice cream is it's nice and sweet.
Ice cream
You
in
don't
the
use
desert.
it like... It's not
We are
salt ice
indebted
cream,
to
you
the
just use
Romans
the
who
salt to
developed the
create the
technique.
ice thingy.
Ice. Salt. Ice cream. Sir Rodney. Another archaeologist, most probably. The Pyramids of Giza in Egypt.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create ice cream.
The game disagrees with you, Maury.
Fine, but it's just... It's not supposed to taste particularly, like, salty.
Glass negative plate and salt and ice. Ice trial. Someone was experimenting with the Roman method of ice production. Ice trial plus molded weapon equals... Check if an ice knife can create it with the materials found. More science! To the science table.
If I wish to shape the ice knife, then I need to pour water inside the mold.
Okay, grab water, apply water to casting.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
Oh. So I want to hit minus 20 in... It isn't clear in which scale, and there are 2 minus 20s, but it looks like the little marks are indicating Celsius.
A block of ice. I have only to use my ice pick.
Didn't he say salt first?
No tabbing allowed, I'm sorry. So what
I
you
think
want to
that
do...
ice should be added
No,
first.
I think ice should be added first, Maury.
A block of ice.
Okay. I remembered
think
wrong
that
what he
ice-
said first. Then.
Fine.
Ice, salt, and then the
Ice,
mixing.
salt,
It should be elementary.
And then mixing.
We need to...
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
A block
One
of ice.
more?
Ice.
But the temperature is not reducing more. And how do I mix it?
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius.
No, it's too hot again, so more ice.
You
Ice.
used actually more salt, but
More salt? More
To get it
ice adding
colder.
has made it cooler. I don't understand how I mix, though. There's no, like, mixing.
Do you use the ice pick
Ice.
to mix it?
Ice.
No.
Ice.
I think you've just got to add lots
Ice.
quickly.
Okay.
Ice. It's empty.
Well, there is no more.
We
The
cannot
end.
be making it correctly. Let us try again and be precise
So
with the timing.
reset.
But that does suggest you have to do it quickly. Be precise with the timing.
Yes.
It's very bad of them not to have tutorialized what they want you to do.
No, I'm
Ice,
fine with
salt,
it.
and then the mixing. It should be before beginning. I must remember that I have enough ice.
Shut up. Chip the ice.
Holmes, look. The temperature is...
Ice.
Shush. If we do all four, does it
Ice.
stuff up?
Yeah, because you have to do salt and ice.
No, it says ice, then salt, then the mixing,
No,
right?
because then you don't reduce it.
It doesn't say
Adding
ice, salt,
ice
ice,
to-
salt, ice, salt, ice, salt mixing.
No, but you do the same thing over and over again until it's reduced properly. Because now you only reduce it by 1.
It's empty.
Because you only do the process
cannot be
once.
Yeah, it likes your way, which is not the way it's described.
It is. That is how you get the temperature down, and then you just
Ice,
have to repeat
salt,
the
and
process
then the
over and
mixing.
over until you
It
reach
should
the
be elementary.
temperature.
We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the
Bad
mold.
minigame.
Before beginning, a block of
Holmes, look.
It's not a bad minigame.
It is a bad minigame. It's not tutorialized.
ice,
It
salt.
doesn't tell you
It's
how to
not
do the
supposed to
mixing.
be.
Should be elementary.
Just
We need
chop
to
the
reach
ice.
Ice.
You have to do it while it... No, it's too late. You can reset. Just reset. You're too late. Yeah, no, it's the second that goes up, you're too late. You have to do it when it's unequal.
Ice, before begin. Ice,
Holmes, look. The temperature...
a block of ice,
No! Oh, come on!
we cannot be making
Come on!
ice before begin.
Just wait until the equal sign is there, in case it doesn't register it.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
What, you want to wait until the equals until I add the ice?
Yes. Add things on equal. You can prepare it for sure, but...
No, because it pours. There's no separate clicking for,
Okay.
for
Okay.
chop and pour.
Never mind then. Because I feel like we're further down now than we were last turn. Oh crud, it just started hitting red. Gonna be slightly off again, isn't it?
Yup.
Yeah, because we were slightly in the red. Damn it.
Ice, before beginning.
It's a very unforgiving minigame. I don't think the game itself is bad, but
It's bad. It's not tutorialized properly. It says do 3 steps and you don't. No, I already did that too quickly because I was busy arguing with you.
Fine, we'll argue about the minigame once this is done.
It says do 3 steps and you only do 2 of them.
It should be before
Chop, chop, chop.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
Go. Mix in middle. Wait. Chop, chop, chop. Salt. Get ready to push in middle. Salt. I mean ice. Chop, chop, chop. Grab salt, get ready to push in middle. Pick up ice smusher. Smush ice. Apply ice. Pick up salt. Prepare to dispense salt.
Excellent. Now we must check to ensure that it is adequately frozen.
Feel free to argue about minigame.
Yes, you are free to object to my... It says do 3 things and you only do 2! And it says do them in order, but you have to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Not 1, then 2, then 3.
An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder. An ice knife. A surprising and yet a very brilliant idea.
It's the perfect weapon. It enables one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
Okay. Now we have... Ice weapon. Very liquid blood. Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Come on, that's obviously linked.
Mm-hmm.
Boo! Ice weapon, strange wound? I mean, this is the new thing. It was telling us to go look at our Combino space again, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, no. It just added to our Combino space. So maybe we have to find something else out after we've talked to people about our new talking points.
Yeah. That could be.
Which is being one of the Mithraic followers. So
Yes.
I want to go interview possibly on, well, literally on Drugs Man. That's my bad. It's not the right location.
I want to interrogate all of them, but I'm happy to start with
Yeah.
With Rockman.
He's the most interesting. He's the most likely, as far as I'm concerned, to be part of the weird mystery cult thing.
See, if we go with Silver Knife, I think he is the most likely one, but if we go with Ice Knife, I think one of the other guys.
You think it's going to be the one that's the friendly other archaeologist if it's Ice Knife?
Maybe.
I don't think the other person would know enough. Like, Rich Dude doesn't have a reason to want to know how to make an ice knife.
No, you're right, it would have to be archaeology guy. Also because the ice maker and everything was found down there in the archaeology
Please
dig,
escort this suspect for interrogation. Perhaps you could explain the cult of Mithras to me.
No, there is nothing to say. We are not the worthy ones.
But Sir Rodney believed that he was.
He was wrong. I have visions. The golden knife, the mummy. Oh, it's all my fault.
Calm down, Mr. Garrow.
That's all? But it did give us new thinking points. That... No, it didn't? What did it supposedly give us? Oh no, Garrow's behaviour. Everyone noticed he was acting very strangely and complaining of frightening hallucinations. This could combine with his drugs?
Yeah.
So, is he actually insane, worsened by his medication, or he medicated too much and hallucinated? Aren't these the same?
I think that. No, because I don't think he is obsessed with Mithras curse.
You don't think he's actually part of these people? Well, I mean, look what he just said. We are not the worthy ones.
Yes, he doesn't want anything to do with that. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the cult. He doesn't think he's worthy.
You want this.
I want weakness,
right.
But if you're pushing for him being cult,
I do think he's cult, but we can proceed with this for the moment, see where it takes us. And then it was other archaeology man, and we were going to confront him about ice.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. What can you tell me about Mithras?
No.
So much. It was the core of our work. Why do you ask?
Were you seeking the golden knife?
I see you are an amateur. Yes, the golden knife was our grail. It is said that it bears the only text explaining the ritual of the cult of Mithras.
I understand. I read something about immortality.
A myth. The knife would provide immortality only to the worthy one, and yet it is cursed, and it would kill you if you are not initiated.
Tell me more.
Did you expect to find the golden knife at the baths?
Well, Sir Rodney thought that it might be there. Did you observe the knife representations there? They are so extraordinary. And we had hoped, but... it is a tragedy that he has passed away, taking all of his secrets with him. As soon as I've been released, I will continue Sir Rodney's researches in his memory.
And the only thing I can think of as why it would be the other guy is if his family has been protecting it for, like, years and years and years, passing down
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Like, his family has a history of being the cult, essentially. But he's not going to reveal that just because we mention them.
The paintings in the baths are focused on Mithras, I understand.
Yes, they are what make this place remarkable.
And that is why Sir Rodney came here?
He believed that the golden knife, which is an ancient ritual item, was hidden somewhere around the baths. I admit that it would be wonderful if it were true.
And you are not concerned by the reputation of this artifact?
You mean the curse? Before someone is dead, it is a blessing. After they are dead, well, then it becomes a curse.
Okay. We are supposedly... lies hidden at the St. Albans excavation site. The bridge piers seem to hold a secret. Bridge piers? The symbols were trident... What was the symbol?
trident, bull, and then bridge, and then you get there.
Let's go there again. So yeah, the two most likely, I think, are Archaeology Man for jealousy / potentially being a cultist and guarding it, and other guy because cultist / insane. I don't think the other guy is really very plausible. Or if he is, we have no clues that he's actually part of the cult. Okay, so first we want to look at you.
Neptune, the god of the sea.
In super mode? No. Next, the bull. The bull says go to that thing? Maybe.
Which is the bridge?
It is a broken statue of a bull.
But I can't get over there. How would I get over there? Examine the bridge from this vast distance.
We should use these metal rings to help us reach the bridge pillar.
And this is why we want to make a crossbow.
There might be something behind these leaves. I have to find a way of getting there.
Okay. So we want the rope. What's the rope here? Maybe we don't need the rope for making the crossbow. Maybe we just assemble the crossbow with the parts in the crossbow room.
I should use the appropriate...
I mean, the handle goes on the end, right? This goes near the front, you would assume.
I should use the...
No?
I should use...
Okay then, what if we grab you? And you. And then you. There's nowhere to put you. That's interesting. Can I pick the things out? Oh, we can flip you. And then we'll be able to put it at the other end? Yes, for some reason. Ancient crossbow assembled. But we don't have rope.
No, but there was rope at the dig site that we didn't pick up because we didn't need it yet.
Wasn't it here, though?
It was at the pit. This is not the pit.
Oh, that's different to this. Okay, it's over here. Rope. We have assembled grappling hook. As we must in every adventure game.
Mm-hmm.
We should use these metal...
Really?
We should...
What more do you want me to do?
There might...
Do I...
You don't have arrows, do you?
I don't have arrows. This is true. We could use the, bolty things that were
The hooks.
these things? They were like... building hooks or building somethings?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now we have everything we need. Because now we have something that can actually hook on and not just empty
Shoot at rope?
Yeah.
Those rings on the bridge are perfect targets.
Oh joy.
Target practice. You get to hold your breath again.
Oh, okay, I wasn't looking at that, I was just trying
This one is ready.
to get a handle on how it wiggles with time. Nah, too low.
Firing a gastrothesis requires a lot of practice.
Might count as touching? glass. No. That might count.
This one is
Yes! Yes!
The bridge is ready. Now I must cross it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, have fun. I am glad this is not me.
Again, they don't actually tutorialize.
How much tutorializing do you want?
Well, for the moment, it's unclear to me if I'm allowed to... Like, I'm holding the take a step button, and yet it's not taking a step. Is that because I'm not allowed to use it yet? Is it because I'm also trying to go to the right? Right?
I mean, it blinks when you're allowed to take a step forward.
To me, that's felt like it's blinked when I'm going forwards. I clicked that. I clicked that one as well. Please say we don't have to do this as Watson as well.
Watson, come here.
No! Please, no!
Surely Watson will do
Oh,
his
thank
own
God.
mini game.
Tying together a couple of barrels and using the rope as a barge lead seems like a better idea. I agree.
Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. We had better be careful.
And that's the way back.
Good thing we decided to keep that lantern, though.
We knew we'd leave
Which
it.
way should we go,
Need
Holmes?
it.
There ought to be some clues here. Let's
Why
take a
did
look
you go
around.
with Caduceus?
I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium.
Because we're examining them all.
I saw this symbol in the tunnels
you moved.
underneath the Frigidarium.
I moved?
I saw this
Yes,
symbol
you
in
went
the
one
tunnels
step
underneath the
forward.
Frigidarium.
Sorry? I moved
I saw
forwards
this
until the
symbol in
the
tunnels underneath the
video
Okay.
triggered,
It-
and then it, like,
I saw
gave
this
me no
symbol
control.
in the tunnels underneath the
Okay.
Frigidarium.
do you think I've actually gone inside the...
No, maybe this is the first room. Okay, I'll get
Right? Because if I go back here, this is still going to go back to the... Yeah, it goes up. And then this is going to be the rope ladder.
Oh, I didn't screenshot it, did I? Because it was in the book. Damn it.
So it was... Trident.
No. We've done that. Now we're on the
Oh,
pyramid.
this is the
in the
level
book.
of... Levels of initiation?
Yes. And since that was put in our book, I
You
didn't
said you
screenshot
didn't need it. We need bird, cup, or... Do you want to screenshot that now?
Yeah, so then we want staff.
Bird, cup, or staff.
And staff wasn't available, so we want that.
And what are the next level symbols?
That is like a little worm thing.
A worm?
Ah, that's a crown. It was right there. Worm crown.
Okay, yeah, the diadem thing. Yep, this thing.
Yeah.
But isn't that where we came?
Nope.
And then the next one.
Spear, helmet, or weird thingy.
Vial? Sphere, helmet, vial?
Is it a vial? That might be a
That
spelling
helmet?
vial. Yeah, that's the helmet.
That helmet, okay. But it's blocked. And now there is a puzzle to do. Is it make the things weigh equal amounts? It's make the things weigh equal amounts. Okay, so first thing we should do is arrange them in actual weight order, right? Can I can't change my angle. Okay, this heavier than green. Heavy up this end, light up this end. This heavier than blue. Blue is light. We're still working relative to green. Green is heavier than you, but I don't know if you are lighter than blue. For the moment, green here. And we need to know if you are lighter than blue.
I thought the gray, what you're calling blue, was heavier than green.
Blue
but, oh well.
is heavier than... Really? Blue is heavier than this. So this is light. Those look actually about equal at the moment.
Yeah.
And red. Red is heaviest of these, so you should go here, you should go here. And then we think this is vaguely the order of heaviness, which we can double check.
Check red with black.
Yes, this is heavier. Then they're about the same. Can we please let me put them down in the order I want, game? Yes, red is heavier, and then the last step is that versus black. Double check. No, red is heaviest. Okay. So that is our order. Print screen or write those down. Left to right, that is the heaviness order. And then we want to make presumably everything equal. So...
Yes.
Red, the heaviest, the lightest.
It's on its own.
And then the two medium ones. Yes! And now the way through the helmet is open. Then, what's the next layer?
Let's see. Is the
helmet?
bug there? Yes, bug is there.
Bug is here, yes. And then...
You have kind of like a crescent moon or one of
Moon and
those swords with a
sickle
little hook
and
on.
Kopesh. Sure. moon with sickle thing.
Mhm.
And for the last...
Then you have either the torch, the collar, or the whip that you called it, I believe.
Torch, collar, whip. We've got collar. Spiky collar. Yeah, spiky collar. Well
And
remembered.
then the last is the sword, shield, and...
Oh, how the hell am I meant to know which way to go here? Huh? Collar? Is there more than one correct option?
No.
No. There was only collar.
Yeah.
Then how do I know which way to go? Well, we'll go right first.
We gotta try.
And then in the last room it is... Target,
Let's
helmet,
see.
other sword.
Yes.
Helmet. Yeah, other helmet.
Yes, other helmet.
And then which way do I go here? That looks like something.
Uh-huh. So let's go the other way first.
Really?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that it's a blind way, but it's a blind route.
Yes.
Dead end.
Dead end.
And I am content.
This looks so interesting.
Rather than, you know, we go somewhere thinking that this is it, and then there was this one little clue. And we seem to be in a timed puzzle.
Hmm? No, we can walk backwards.
It's just, I'm seeing sand being filled up in that room, and it felt very time puzzle and...
I don't see how it would be timed.
No, it's just something with room and then seeing sand slowly
This is
filling
water.
it or whatever. Well, water.
No, I think we're fine.
Still.
Look, it's the golden knife. But how to get it?
How indeed. Oh no, not a gate puzzle. Okay, what door did that open? Where can we get now that that door is open? We can get in here, which means we can press this one. And now Sherlock can go somewhere. Where can you go now? You can go through here. And then there are 3 for you to choose from. I don't think that Watson can...
No. I don't think that's the door.
No, Watson can't get there if... So go back to being Sherlock. Not this one. I'll go to the next one. That doesn't also obviously... No, that lets him out. So that could be useful. Where would that let you go? You could go back to number 1. I don't think that's useful though, is
This
it?
mechanism seems inactive. Most likely the door it controls has already been opened.
Yeah, no. And what does the third one do? So we're meant to be in this room. Does the first lever open, or does the second lever open that one? Yes. Okay. Become Watson, enter here. Change back. Open the next door. Become Watson. Enter in the final zone. Find out what these two do. That's the success one. But I feel like we have to probably let Sherlock out first. Yeah, that lets Sherlock out. So become Sherlock. Sherlock may enter the middle of the room. And then activate this one. Also, there's an interesting
This
lamp.
is not old. The oil is still fresh. Perhaps Sir Rodney passed by here.
No, I do not think so. Remember, he went no further than the catacombs underneath the Frigidarium. The murderer left this lamp.
I'm not sure I follow what they were saying there, but why does it prove that he didn't get further?
The golden knife of Mithras. A long-lost relic has resurfaced. Watson, it is time to conclude this case.
Really?
Excellent. Now, we should find another way of getting out of here.
Now we could be on a timer. But wasn't that just this door? Which was the first one of Sherlock's doors? So... undo that. You need to let Sherlock back in his zone. Become Sherlock. Wasn't it this one? Yeah. So that's the exit, but currently he can't leave his room. We need you to do... let him leave his room lever. Nope. Sorry, the other one. Then that one. Become him. Stop. Enter this room. My memory doesn't indicate to me what this one does. There's no harm in... Ah, that's the other exit for Sherlock. So now Sherlock may leave? No? What's the order here? Because we both need... Do we both need to escape, or does only one of us need to make it to the door? Is the other question.
Probably just the one.
But one of them needs to be here holding this. Right? Yeah, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to be stuck, Sherlock, and we'll see if I can leave as Watson.
It's fine.
If we can, great.
Yeah, but there was some other pulleys in there. So.
Does that work? What does he say, like, I need to get Sherlock out?
There's there.
Okay, that lets us get Sherlock easily. But won't this stay... Won't that not open the door then? Won't the door be closed and Sherlock not be able
Yeah,
to...
but he probably has more than one... He had more than one lever.
Oh, you think there's another one in there with Watson?
There was.
Yes, there is. There's something on the other side. Okay. No harsh feelings, Watson. Okay. And now we may exit? Yes. Okay. Deduction space. I still think very liquid blood and ice weapon should be something, but it disagrees.
Mm-hmm.
We've made a remarkable discovery in the golden knife.
Yeah.
Sir Rodney's secret is an important discovery, a metaphorical bomb. He could use it as a powerful means of annihilating anyone who stood in his way, that he alone might take the fame and glory. Okay.
Could I also get the ice weapon and champagne, please? Because that's the only way that would survive in the sauna.
Well, that's a source of ice to use to make it. Oh, it depends. Is he making it in the spot or is he bringing it in?
No.
In the
You're bringing
ice?
it in. You're hiding it in the ice bucket.
I was imagining they were going to be like, who's making it? Which is why I thought we'd have to go look for salt. I was expecting we'd have to go look for salt at the bath.
I feel like the bath isn't ideal for making an ice weapon, but
The ice weapon was initially created and preserved inside the champagne bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think the reason there's no progress at the moment is we've said both of them are innocent here.
Could be, but let's just see about the other ones.
Or what? You think there's more of these to do? Strange and liquid blood.
Mm-hmm.
The presence of water is due to the humid atmosphere of the steam, or it's an unexplained clue. It must be linked to the murder. So this is, do you think it is ice weapon or not?
Yes.
It could be either, but I'm more inclined to go with ice weapon.
I'm more inclined to go with ice weapon as well. Because otherwise that champagne bucket just makes absolutely no sense.
Well, it could be him as you wanted originally, him celebrating his... It's him that brought the ice thing rather than someone else.
Could be.
In any case, we only have one more combinatoric option. And so... Pitkin's worries. Pitkin feels rather uncomfortable postponing the opening of the baths because of Sir Rodney. He was angry because of this, or he expects to receive much value at this. He thinks the guy is going to make some important discovery that will make the baths more interesting to visit.
Mm-hmm.
You agree. Excellent.
And now we're red because we haven't chosen one.
Yeah, we need someone to be guilty.
So
do we think it's
let's start with the one
insane
we least
guy
think it is.
or I don't think it's him. I absolutely don't think it's the rich guy.
No, but I just want to see like what his tree looks like.
Okay, so you think that it's archaeologist man more. I was leaning towards this guy, but now that it's Ice Knife, I don't think it's this guy as much.
I think it's Blinkhorn.
Yeah, so you want to look at Garrett. If Garrett is insane... He was suffering too greatly after the grand discovery. He lived in fear of the curse and developed heightened feelings of paranoia. which leads to he used the ice knife. No. I don't like this. Send him to an asylum. He is a psychopath. Send him to a sanatorium because he was under the effect of the hallucinogen. So we say, you're insane, but not... Ooh. Can I not do this?
Are you not allowed to press weakness now?
There we go. But now it won't let me, so I can now change that, and then it's happy.
Yeah.
Okay. Blinkhorn is a deserving specialist who is aware that he is about to be cast aside over a major discovery. He will lose his chance of a lifetime. This combines into... He killed it to avenge an abuse of power. The death would be to his financial benefit and allow him to emerge as a luminary in his field. That I agree with. He used an ice-made reproduction of the golden knife. He knew of Bentcliffe's intention to take all of the credit for the discovery. Yes, because he there was the note about... he said that the other guy said, I don't want to invite you to the archaeology meeting thing. Like, they were going to have a grand unveiling of here is my discovery. And originally he was invited, and then the guy said, no, I'm not inviting you anymore. So that makes sense. Or he devoted his life to discovering the knife, and the credit was about to be stolen. If he had been given the opportunity to claim ownership of his discovery, he would not have killed him.
Condemn, 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 condemn.
I mean, both of these things are true in both cases, so it's really just, do you want to punish him or do you want to let him off for no reason? I don't think we should let him off for no reason.
Oh.
Condemn, yes?
We are in the case of justice.
So 3, 2, 1. Confirmed choice. Can we go look at the... Too late, sorry, Wick. But it's just that he was insane. He thought that the cult was a real thing, and he was drugged, so he was insane.
No, I think he bet like the rich guy. He would have to go to a tree.
Yeah, I have no idea what rich guy would want.
I'm feeling rather uncomfortable. Why have I been put into these cuffs?
I fear that you had better get used to them, Mr. Blinkhorn. They are your reward for the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No, that's a lie.
It is regrettable, for you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel.
Aww.
That is, of course, if they decide that you shall live. The consulting detective who salutes your intelligence in performing the perfect crime. Yes, but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife?
Why would you give someone who's murdered someone a knife across the table from
I only
you?
followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say? And there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared. But now I am here, and there is no one who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn. Goodbye.
Okay. We can do replay ending to go look at those things for Wick. That's not that bad.
Yes, but let's check space to see if that we were right.
No, we can find out when we go back and do it again. Because we have to do it again anyway, too.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so... Wick wants... Pitkin is actually worried. And Blinkhorn is not evil. This leads us to think Stop a takeover. Even if Pitkin is owner of the baths, he will lose them because of this major discovery. It will turn the baths into a permanent excavation site to preserve the research. It will never achieve the commercial status that he desires. Which then leads to... He stabs him with an ice knife because... Pitkin was humiliated by Sir Rodney and devised a plan to eliminate him and open the baths as a business. He believes the mystery of the murder will still attract the public. Or absolve him. He was a legitimate owner of the baths and Sir Rodney was about to take over his rights. If Bentcliffe had accepted the compromise, Pitkin would not have been killed. He killed him to conceal the discovery. The only way to save the Roman baths from the upcoming excavations was the murder. He intended to start his own business. He used an ice-made reproduction of the knife. No. No, 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 no. You are jealous. You are trying to make money.
Hopes.
He is guilty. It is, like, understandable that you'd be pissed that the other guy was trying to take all the credit. But murder is not the right response. Okay.
If murder was the right response, academia would be very different.
I fear that you
Look, there's a reason that I aim for the head, Maury. I've got to keep that credit.
Of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No.
Dr. Coombs, licensed to kill.
For you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel. That is, of course, if they decide that you should live.
I mean, it is known that academics will not give up their tenure until they're dead and be carried out of their office.
Yes,
so.
but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see. I only followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say?
Use the restroom,
and there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared. But now I am here.
Get your tenure
and
by
there is
pistol
no
set
one
down.
who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn. Goodbye.
And then we have to wait for Blabber to come back before we can figure out if our conclusion was correct. Need him to hit that space button.
Thank you for your patience. Were we correct? 3, 2, 1. Correct. All evidence found. Well done, Maury. Most people solved the case the same way, and most people chose to condemn him.
Well, we don't know, but... There used to be a percentage underneath there with how many percent did it, but it doesn't work anymore.
I assume it's still showing you the most common one, so, like, presumably
Maybe
at least a third. Each time... Oh, no, click, click, click. Are we offered 2 cases again?
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room.
Toby.
You want to be the dog?
A note from Inspector Lestrade. A letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has
Surely
asked
he'd
for
be
my
waking the
assistance,
dog
it has
then.
always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Ooh.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
Are we to go look at our letters again?
Not before we pet Toby.
Sure.
I agree with you, Toby, that...
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should...
The game doesn't want... The game says no, Maury, you must listen.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Ouch. Poor Mrs. Hudson's cooking.
Uh-huh. And we have no pity on Watson getting his shoes ripped to pieces.
The Times, a colossal scandal in high society. Well-known archaeologist, remarkable, the pride of our nation, Sir Rodney Bentcliffe has been found murdered. The crime took place at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane, the location of the archaeologist's most recent research. But what is most truly shocking is the murder of Sir Rodney was at the hand of his former friend and partner, Percival Blinkhorn. A death sentence is the only possible punishment for this breed of villain. And our memorabilia from this is the silver knife that we cast.
Mm-hmm. Cold cuts are cooked at one point, Wick. They're cooked and then you make cold cuts of the leftovers. So it still reflects on Hudson's cooking.
Is it still Cat Lady?
He's always there. Always watching.
Always watching. Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B. I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when
I
he
believe
wrote this
cold
letter.
cuts is like roast beef. It's used to...
Yeah, your roast
like
lamb from
ham.
last night that you make your sandwich with and etc.
Uh-huh.
Nummy nummy roast lamb sandwich. Spin.
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
But Lestrade is not Blackenstall? Abbey Grange, Marsham, Kent, at 3:30 a.m. My dear Mr. Holmes, I should be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It's something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it, but I beg you not to lose an instant, as it is difficult to leave Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Inspector Lestrade.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always, it appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Amazing postal service if they get letters delivered at 3:30 a.m. at night.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky
You don't?
I'm lucky to get one post delivery a day. I think they're even getting rid of one of those days because there's not enough mail anymore.
But that is the fault of modern society.
Okay, is there anything else here? We checked that. Do we want to... No, we want to get dressed up. If we're going to visit high society...
Yes. We must at least wear our hats.
We will be in our black suit and our top hat. Was it 9 or... Yeah, it was 8. Okay. Now we are good to go visit high society.
Mm-hmm. We don't have a fancier suit, do we?
Not really, no.
Should we just come in our dressing gown?
What about our pirate costume?
Just Sherlock Holmes have gone off the deep end.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the 3 Randalls?
Exactly. The father and 2 sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right. I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Inspect the room where Lady Brackenstall is resting.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself.
Oof.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Inspect. You obviously have a black eye.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. There was something somewhere there. Oh. Pale cheeks, sure. Gold brooch. A kangaroo and an emu. An elegant dress.
Surely she must be a scam woman then, since we have learned from this game that Australians
He
are
was
automatic
innocent.
scam people.
He was completely innocent, we found him.
No, he was not innocent of committing scam. He was innocent of committing murder.
He had good grift. And you didn't even think he was doing that. You thought he was making a new pretend perpetual motion machine and selling a new one to every individual person. What happened last night or not a happy
I thought
marriage?
he sold the same one to everyone.
Okay, last
Can
night.
you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw 2 others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were 3, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Okay. Did you miss anything from your...
Did these 3 villains steal anything?
Oh, no. Not your
Yes,
testimony.
I
Did
found
they
that
steal
they had
anything?
taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
Not a happy marriage.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
Question. Your old bruises.
Mm-hmm.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you... Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
So this is going to
Your
come down to,
ladyship.
did she kill him or the supposed robbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Or the maid.
Or the maid. Well, there have always been
could-
3 suspects, yeah.
It could be the maid who wanna,
Teresa,
get justice
I would
for...
like to hear your testimony.
Save her
woman who
mistress.
used to-
Save
Yeah.
her lady, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She has the cold, heartless eyes of a killer. No, she has wrinkles. She has working ooh! Ah, coffee. Resuscitation and caring.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Okay. So our people are Maid, Lady Brackenstraw, from a wealthy Australian family. Why would you go back to England, you poor thing? Why?
Because it has better weather.
It does not. It rains constantly.
Yes, better weather.
And it's cold and miserable. The Times. Family business booming. The Randall gang is back on the street. Less than a fortnight ago, the infamous family of burglars, the Randalls, as they are known, made their reappearance by way of a brutal but successful intrusion into one of the wealthy homes of Sydenham. The police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are being kept confidential, including the name of the victim. A witness was able to provide a precise description of all 3 men, and this will surely give the police a chance to complete their profile on this family of delinquents. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers about this highly dangerous band and to provide the full description as it is available at the moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of 3, a father and his 2 sons. The elder, Jack, a man in his 40s, already greyed hair, of average height and build. Being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both of whom are close in age, but very different in appearance. The first son, William, is tall and broad-shouldered, with a small, disproportionate head. His younger brother, Melvin, is a somewhat weaker constitution and skinny as a rake. The gang is wanted not only for their thefts and break-ins, but for the exceptionally brutal pirate career they enjoyed before we should have worn our pirate costume before returning to England. Be alert and may your valuables stay safe. She has old bruises, 1 week old, and robbery has turned into murder. She was tied to a chair. Her husband resisted the burglars and is killed. There were 3 of them, according to the lady. Investigate the murder, investigate the room where she's resting, and investigate the crime scene.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
Suspiciously similar, especially if we find out later that something is wrong with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we find out something is wrong with that later, that means that she's faking it to be the same as the newspaper as a cover story. And that is hinted at that that's going to happen because the newspaper says, like, we will keep you updated with more information about their appearance. Where were we? There was a full description. Yeah, here. Blah, blah, blah. And to provide the full description as it is available at this moment. I.e., maybe they're going to be wrong and have to update their info.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid...
Rotate.
No, I wanted to see if there's anything else. I was thinking that symbol was different to the women, but apparently this... I'm currently focusing on 2 women there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
It's very forgiving with that you don't have to, click exactly.
The Rock of Gibraltar in Adelaide. My home city, where I live and breathe at this moment, represent it.
So the lady and her maid
And you didn't
came
recognize
from Australia
it.
a year and a half ago on this ship.
How could you not recognize it?
Is it? I don't think that is anywhere here. Our coast isn't like that. Especially not the actual port where, this would have been. There's a little museum there, and whenever people visit from overseas, etc., I always take them to the little visit next to the port. This does not seem to be... Like, this isn't the actual coast or the appropriate port for that to be that. But there's something else. It wants us to use specialty mode.
Oh, it was on the right.
There's scratches. It's a werewolf.
These scratches are most definitely made by
Yay.
the picture frame.
It's turned into a monster game for Maury.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
Okay. Open the safe.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
Did that get rid of our investigate this room? No. So there's still something else, presumably.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do I open it?
Let us try to open this safe.
Oh, is it going to be another spinny
This
puzzle?
safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Okay.
The game is teaching you how to brute force.
Oh. By vibrate, did it mean that? Okay. Come on, where was it? Who? No? Oh, I was one off. My bad. Sir Eustace, your current physical and mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of hepatic decompensation. The last time that we met, your eyes were bloodshot, your skin was tinged with yellow. There is a particular odour on your breath that is common from those suffering from liver damage. Then there are the lung abscesses that we have discussed, the leg cramps you've described to me, which are caused by unalteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. That includes your tremors. Your liver has seemed excessively hard at the time of your examination, which is a sign of evolving cirrhosis. There is also signs of ascites? I don't know this. Fluid in the peritoneal cavity, which is evident from your swollen stomach. C is pronounced as K there. Ascites. Ascites. The pain beneath your left ribs indicates a pancreatic malady, which may lead to fatal and fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control and heightens your aggression. I'm able to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options.
Antique
It
coins.
confirms that
possibly
he
of value,
was
but they're
aggressive at the
scattered
time,
without care.
most
Yep.
likely.
So she's not just faking that she was getting beaten up for weeks.
Mhm.
It is common practice to keep one's
And now it's
valuables in a
completed.
safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
So this undermines the they were robbing story, if this was
Mhm.
easy for a criminal to do. The medical report found inside the safe, blah, 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 poor health, addiction to alcohol, nervous disorder. Now let's inspect the crime room. So go find Watson. What has he made of the body in our absence?
Should we talk to her about that first, though?
If you
This
want. Was it a talking point?
It was just since we were there. It was a
Ah, it
dialogue.
was a talking point. Okay, we can try.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
No, she's not talkable. You are.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man.
Detestable human being.
Detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
Okay, and this has given us thought things, but it isn't beeping the thought bubble at us.
Nope.
So,
The body is still in the dining room where the murder took
this
place.
is the dining room.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
You're the doctor, but okay.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Well, that rules out the lady then.
A fur trader's cabin.
Right? Because both the women are shorter than us.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing else other than the rope, as far as I can tell, for special vision mode.
Do we have to look at his body?
So,
We do,
Watson,
but with normal
what have
vision.
you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
Well, let's look at his head.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
Okay.
I mean,
That
that's
must be
a
the
heavy
murder
hit.
weapon.
He has
Barefoot.
feet.
He had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Doesn't that undermine the story of that he was staying in this room?
Quite a large
No.
stick, a formidable
He
weapon.
had gone to bed, remember? She was staying in the room reading.
Oh, and then he came down at her crying out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What have I supposedly...
He said that he had, I think she said he had grabbed a cane or something to beat them off with.
I've supposedly missed something.
Is it the cane?
No,
No,
the cane's
the
been
stick is there.
examined. Feet.
Do you need fancy mode from this angle?
Good idea. Maybe at the head? No. Yeah, it's not finished.
We're definitely missing something then.
Pixel scrub time. The game's been pretty generous about usually not needing to pixel scrub. Ah, the fireplace grate.
It is covered in blood.
So
Sir
not so much
Eustace
pixel
might have
scrubbing as
struck
us
his head
just
upon
not
it
interacting
while
with the
falling from
background.
blow.
Yeah, I
That
thought
is
it was the
one
background, and
possible
everything else
explanation.
has been like the person. My bad. There are pictures to
we have it
examine
now.
now.
A fur trader's cabin. A deer hunt. The hunting scene.
Ooh.
Did they actually add sound for him stepping on
Yeah.
porcelain?
Yep.
This candlestick is valuable.
I'm impressed.
It is interesting that it was not also stolen. An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents. These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France.
So parts of the wine bottles aren't from France?
The empty one was a separate one, I think.
A bottle of wine is missing here. The
Well
criminals
spotted.
did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Oh.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed. Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured.
Bees wing?
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured.
I'm assuming this is a wine term that I don't know.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
Assuming it doesn't literally mean the wings of bees.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
Is it? That just means that, like, one person had been drinking and the other 2 glasses were poured after. Oh.
Antique hunting weapons. A hunting scene. A hunter's cabin.
We can maybe go outside.
A trapper's hut. A trapper's hut.
A filmy translucent... Thank you, Miriact. A filmy translucent crust found in port and other old wines, which has been bottle-aged for a long time.
The death was instant.
Are we going outside? Oh, so it's not a case of, like... I was imagining this was like a ring around the bathtub situation, but it actually means not that one glass has been left to sit for a long time and the others were filled and then emptied. It's what they were filled with that matters. Thank you. I mean, it's nice to explore their garden, but... it doesn't seem like there's anything out here. No. Is there anything out here you specifically want to... So I think I've done everything.
No.
I think I've done everything.
Also, I got slightly distracted for a second, so...
Looking at wine, or...?
No. It was a fountain pen.
Ooh.
I got sent.
This house feels rather
And it's
sinister.
like, I know that fountain pens can get really expensive, but I keep underestimating how freaking expensive.
We can talk about the wine, and we can talk about the poor health. We already talked about the poor health to the maid. Can we talk about the wine to either of them?
Please leave my Mary alone.
Her Australianness went through the roof with that line.
Please leave my Mary alone. She's suffered so much she deserves some rest.
Good Lord!
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship?
I'm supposedly still able to talk to someone about the health thing, though?
Please leave my...
Probably
Please
we're
leave
gonna
my
meet
Mary
more people.
alone. She's suffered...
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another
Holy!
day threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
What?
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
Setting high society ladies' dogs alight. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad the bastard is dead.
Is there anything else we can do? No, we're not allowed to talk to anyone about anything anymore. So I think we are... Oh, no, it still wants us to inspect more about the dining room. We must have missed something. What have I missed?
This door
did you
leads
look
to the
at the
upstairs
stuff on the
bedrooms.
floor?
Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
I didn't look at that door. Handle. And there's the stepping on porcelain sound that you commented, and I noticed as well. Not the grandfather clock. We've looked at those. We've used the door.
A hunter scene.
There's a picture I missed.
The Brackenstall family appear to be preoccupied with hunting.
Was that the last thing? No.
The window?
I mean, that would make sense if they supposedly broke in through it, but they said the French window thing, which was presumably this. Maybe I can look at the door from the other side, or... I am out of ideas. Short of looking at the rope again with vision mode.
Because
But
there
it
was
says
nothing
it's
else in
green.
vision mode.
No, yeah, it got rid of the vision mode symbol, right?
Yeah, it did.
So there's nothing else in this room that we're supposedly meant to use vision mode on. The vase next to the door. There's a bust. We've done the paintings. Next to the cupboard. No, I'm not seeing,
Could you just stand still at the end of the room and look like down the room for me a second?
as in this way?
Yeah. Okay, I think it's rope at the bottom of the stool that's pulled out there. All the way on the other end. Turn around. Missing it. There's a stool that's a bit further away than from everyone else at the table, and there's a rope.
This?
Yes.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow the trail. I will take it with me.
Yay!
Go find Toby! Or perform a lab analysis.
But we're not done with the room yet, so I'm assuming you're gonna have to check the chair as well.
Well, we can bring Toby and then inspect the room, right?
Fine, but Toby better wear his posh collar.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case.
And we need to science.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
Scissors.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Not scissors. Cutters.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
It's triangular, not cutters. A kniff?
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Done with a knife. Now, back to the room with Doggo.
Do we have to talk to Toby?
I think he's part of the team now.
Okay.
The cutscene seems to
Oh,
agree.
there he is. Sitting in the cabbie.
Unblinking.
Search, Toby.
Is this smell?
And now you get to try and figure out how it is to play as Toby.
No, here we go. We have smell-o-vision to follow. We balk at the door and get asked to... Yep. Let me outside, Father! Oh, I'm all too aware about that.
We don't have to do a complex puzzle.
Yeah, we don't have to activate a crane to let me out the door. Oh, the suspiciously maybe openable shed?
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
Yeah? Now what? I assumed he'd open the door for us, but he does not open the door.
Give us access.
No, it continues this way.
Fine.
And then... visits this?
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
Sure. And lastly... imagine this evidence in court. Well, the dog barked first at the shed, then at the well, and finally at the wall.
Behind this wall.
From this, we
The
conclude...
criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed.
Your
then
Honor,
crossed
look
to the
at this
well
dog. Are
before
you going to
fleeing
tell
by
this dog
climbing
he is
over the
wrong?
wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
Okay, now can we inspect here to see if they actually climbed out?
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
Can we inspect the well?
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it? If only I had something with which I could lift that object.
What?
If only I
Use
had
the
something
winch.
with which I could lift that object.
Examine winch?
The wheel handle is old and rusty. It seems to be used infrequently.
Okay, we need to find an item to use the winch with.
Probably in a tool shed.
This hook might be useful.
For attacking Peter Pan?
Bags of seed.
I was thinking about
Some
just
empty
putting
bags
that
were
onto
recently
the chain
moved.
in the well and then hooking the package.
But it's not the end of the chain that needs
Small
something, it's
gardening tools,
the crank.
Nothing of great interest.
Oh, I read it as it was the... it needed something to
This
hook
old
the power tool
suitcase
with.
sounds hollow. It must be empty.
Well, we'll see.
If only I had something.
No, it wants us to put the hook here. Well, that's misleading. Because it's... It isn't the crank that I needed something to use an item on. Boo!
Silverware.
You were right, though,
This
Maury.
is
So well
hardly a
done.
Coincidence.
It made sense to me.
It didn't make sense to me.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Okay. We inspected the well, we inspected the hutch. There was nothing else except maybe more things around the chair.
No, the chair hasn't been examined.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
To which Lady Brackenstall was tied, thank you, Sherlock. Come now. No, there's nothing else there. Just...
Yeah, but now you got it completed.
Now there is chair. Does that mean that we have finished? Yes. We now can talk to people about the silverware.
Mm-hmm.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
Aww. Why is Doggo sad? Where are you, Doggo? I will give you pats. You deserve pats. Where are you, friend?
Been abandoned in the garden.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship? We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Okay. I think the only thing we have now is combination space.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly patting Doggo. Is he going to stay over by the wall? Yes, I am very smart.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Ooh, does he actually look at us?
Brave
No.
Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Okay. Combination space. What do we like? Let's get back inside, though.
This is a tiny case if this is everything.
Which explains part of why it, compared to the other ones, like, didn't use as many of these. Although it looks like we've missed someone. Will be met in the current case. Will be met in a future case. Anyway.
Okay, so maybe we aren't done. Maybe there is something more we need to figure out.
Maybe there's another chapter. Oh, I can smell my pizza. Combination space. From Australia. Criminals identified from Australia.
Uh-huh.
Alas, no. She was, after all, from South Australia, renowned as not being a criminal state. Only voluntary colonists here.
Let's see. What's no personal life?
She doesn't get out because she has no friends here. That makes sense with from Australia.
Oh, from Australia?
Or so South Australians keep saying. She married him after arriving in England and remained at home during that time. There is little possibility that she or her maids are acquainted with anyone. She's acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. Ooh, she maybe has a sailor friend.
We haven't seen any.
We haven't seen any evidence of one yet.
No. I can't
none?
remember seeing anyone in the...
Yeah, there was only her and the woman in the photo.
Yeah.
Okay. Knotted rope. No. What about poker? Where's the poker? Bent poker, dead body. He was killed with a poker. Sure. He set dogs on fire and violent behavior. He has a history of violence, domestic violence. Glass with beeswing and 2 glasses?
Yeah.
Now, the reasoning for this is that there were 3 people. One of them probably prefers wine with beeswing, or there were 2 people drinking wine out of 3 glasses. The remaining glass consisted solely of dregs from the... No.
No.
That's like the really obviously stupidly wrong ones from the other Sherlock games. This is the only one so far that I remember being so stupidly obviously wrong.
Watch it be right. Watch it be right, just because you're going so hard on against it now.
The Randalls are well known, and the criminals have been identified. The Randalls were blamed, or they actually did it. This is hard to call at the moment.
It is, but probably blamed, because this makes no sense why they would
dump the silverware. The other thing I was thinking is she's hired them to do it. To provide a cover. Silverware found, and...
But then 3 people is suddenly wrong.
Knotted rope and sharp knife, because we identified that knife goes with rope. The rope was cut with a sharp knife and tied quickly in sailor's knots. It could indicate the intruder has a sailor's background. It feels like
Does she know a sailor?
This is another hint towards knowing us. This is another hint that we've missed someone somehow. Criminals identified.
But if we're doing Randalls are blamed, we need to change it to 2 people.
Why? Because there's 3 of them.
No, because if the Randalls aren't there, there's only 2 people.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
There could be any number of people if it's not the Randalls, but presumably it's the lady and her maid.
Yes, meaning it's 2 people. Because you can see once you took it to Randall's are being blamed, it reacted badly to 3 people. So it can it's either Randall and 3 people.
So you want this
or
because
it's
then
2
they're
people.
happy with
Yes.
each other.
Yes.
No, but we really don't like the
No, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. You were so
This.
against it, so I'm happy.
Okay, well, I'm happy with this for the moment. Now, silverware, criminals, fireplace, dead body.
Fireplace grate and dead body?
These seem in conflict. Robbery is the motive, or they have imitated a robbery.
Imitated a robbery.
You want imitated robbery. And then you want, if we swap this to 2, will they be happy? They combine into domestic violence. I really don't like this. Why would you drink dregs only from the other 2 glasses?
I think it's to make it look like there were 3 people. It's not that one person has been drinking from that. It's just that you have 2 people who have been drinking wine, and then you combine it in the 3rd glass to make it look like there were 3 people there instead of 2.
But we established that this is a property of the wine, not a property of whether it's the start or end of the wine. Right? That was Miriak's whole little paragraph. The first result that came up was a discussion of this case in the Holmes novels. It's not a very common term. Murderous visitor. Sir Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. It was he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong.
Which means she must have a sailor friend.
What? No. No, yes. But we don't have any evidence of this yet. Like we do. We have that the knots are nominally sailors' knots.
Yeah.
And the rope was on high. But that doesn't...
No,
like
don't clarify it if it's a bit spoilery.
Yeah, no, not if it's spoilery. The way that you described it made it sound like if you pour wine that has this, it does that to the glass if it is wine that has that. Look for sailor. I mean, he also looks sailory in that picture, which is a bit... Search for possible sailors. What if you go the other way?
Then you never find a sailor, I guess.
And presumably these 2 must match because they're the last 2. His death could have been due to hitting his head on the fireplace grate. No, it changes nothing. But then why is it a clue? Didn't we already have that? Maybe you can arrive at that conclusion from multiple things. Anyway, if we're going to say that it's the other way around with 3 people, a true robbery, that they are genuinely doing it, we can just immediately say they are guilty.
Yeah, they're guilty.
Okay.
This case is too simple for you. I like the fact that that's the deduction thing. It's just too simple.
Give credit to Lestrade, your name will not be mentioned. The speed with which you solved it is indicative of your genius. The police naturally only demonstrate their incompetence. No, the fact that we are meant to meet someone, like, it's extremely meta, but it means that this must be the answer, which goes to this, which goes to this, which then leads to searching for a sailor. Because we know from in here that we must find someone.
I mean, we also know that it's very unlikely to be the robbery. The game is very generous with hinting at you that it's not a robbery.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Where was that photo? We can't re-inspect the photo. Which would be the obvious thing to do.
Not necessarily. If you go to evidence... no, at this point, it's probably going to be at the archive. Yeah, search the archives for 1893, Rock of Gibraltar.
It wants us to use our books.
Yes. So we want to find the name of the ship. And take it from there, probably.
Yes, brute force the archive.
No,
I hear you, Wick.
No, don't you dare.
93. But we've also got other options. What could it be? No. Maybe a stretch to global economy.
I mean, if we have the Rock of Gibraltar as the name of the ship, so technically you could find it in a naval book. The Rock of Gibraltar is the name of the ship.
Which one was... I didn't...
It wouldn't help you with finding the sailors at all, but technically you could find information about Rock of Gibraltar as a ship if there was a naval section.
Oh, okay. You don't mean that there was a book with naval things here? Okay.
No. I said
I didn't see
technically it could be something else than newspaper.
Chemistry? No. Poisons and toxins? No. Wounds and injuries? Head injuries? But that would be more trying to assess whether his head injury had to be done by the poker or not.
Yes.
Has
nothing to do with that. So it is the news, but I tried to make it not the news.
No, it definitely wants this. Rock of Gibraltar's arrival. The arrival of the Rock of Gibraltar. A ship returned. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier coming from Adelaide, Southampton, London line. Cunard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand and Australia. The ship brought to England a Miss Mary Fraser, heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. This reportedly beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent. Okay.
Here it is.
That doesn't lead to any information about a sailor, though, other than the ship name.
Because now we have a Cunard building in James Street, London, that we can find. Because if we go to there, they will have a list of all the sailors that sailed on that voyage.
Will we be able to go there?
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records.
It
including
agrees
the
with
one
you.
for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in this.
It's time for little Timmy. Yeah.
Timmy.
Just a sec. We need to rearrange my windows so that I'm a bit better lit. There we go.
Specialist.
Okay. Scream out the window for little Timmy.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
I prefer to send Toby, but oh well.
This disturbingly adult
Mr.
face.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893, and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3 hours later.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
How many of there were you? 3,000!
Watson, pay them.
I left it right on the table for
Watson
you,
will
sir.
pay you.
Oh, I mean this table.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Okay. These people departed on the 17th.
So let's see. A guinea would be about £1
They're like,
in today's money, though the value would be different.
1.1 or whatever?
1.05.
Yeah. I thought they had built-in... They had, like, built-in tax, essentially. They had built-in VAT. I don't get it, because, like, we should get information about the departure and arrival date of each individual person. Unless this applies to everyone on this page. And this applies to everyone on this page, which is the only way I can make sense of it at the moment. Because otherwise it's only giving us information about the very bottom person of each. Well, actually, that kind of makes sense in terms of that he's on this one and he's here. But so's this guy. Oh no, that's Herbert Wilkins, not Herbert Whittington. Can I...
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Oh, so let's just find their names and it will cross them off or not. Okay. Well...
This officer
There's
was on a
you.
ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
And again, if they had just tutorialized how this works... Whatever.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime. and he
Also,
is due
as
to
far as I can
depart in
say,
2
for
days.
about 1 guinea, roughly, is what you would need to get in a weekly income to feed a family of 4.
So he's paying them a week's wages, if they were an adult man.
And I mean, we're talking feeding a fairly poor family at that point. It's not like they're gonna be living in luxury.
Thomas?
This officer is still at sea. therefore he cannot be involved.
We're looking for Herbert. Yes,
This
you're at
officer is
sea.
still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
And now we're looking for Jack, Henry, and Ernest. Henry.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Herbert? No, Ernest. Ernest and Jack.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
What about Ernest? Am I blind? There's Ernest.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
And so, by process
Captain
of elimination...
Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor.
Can only be one.
He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
Sure, ship's crew list. Call him.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
Talk to little Timmy?
Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I'm objecting to a captain where the, you know, harpoon-wielding guy I was completely okay with bringing home.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know
Maybe
why.
this is after
Yes,
he's learned.
it is important that we talk. You will soon understand
One that literally
why.
beat up the chief of police. And look, it's our
What for time?
costume. Our costume has come to life.
Mm-hmm.
Honest. Oh. Strong. Really? Not calloused hands for once? Yeah, there we go. Newspaper ink. He has shoes? Clean shoes, you say? And a fancy belt buckle. Which is very, very particular about which bit of the belt... Oh, he has a sea knife. Which bit of the belt buckle he lets us tap.
You are acquainted with
No,
Lady Mary
it's the belt buckle.
Brackenstall,
It's
are
definitely
you
the
not?
belt buckle, not the
Yes,
knife.
I think I do
What's the belt
remember
buckle?
from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
You tied her up.
Lady Brackenstall was tied
And
to
not
a
in the
chair
kind of
on
way
night
she's
the
into.
murder. And it was you who tied her up.
He did not consent.
You call that evidence?
Q. The sailor's knots.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, and no one but a
Not
sailor
only
can know
speaking
those
London
knots.
Right now, your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
Obviously fabricated.
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
Oh, but there was a new thing. Oh, it was just saying we finished talking to this guy.
Yeah.
He talked, and him equals... He's lying. His involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard I was looking for him, signaling his guilt. Or we genuinely think he was aboard his ship. He was not afraid to confront me and confident. He had an honest face, Maury. We can't deny the observation. He had an honest face, and he said he wasn't there. How could he be lying? That would mean our observation is wrong.
You're right, it was obviously the Randalls.
The captain is the killer. Now, do we absolve him that it was self-defense against the old drunkard man? Or he's a murderer, and you'll bring him and his accomplice to justice. So Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile and a high-ranking sailor. It was the guy, and we hold him to justice, or it was self-defense, defending a woman against a violent and despicable man. Oh no, dipsomaniacal. The mystery is solved, but you will decide to keep it a secret. There is no need to inform the police. Remember, the man was setting dogs on fire.
See, the thing is, personally, I am glad the man is dead, and I can totally see the reason for why we would absolve Captain Crooker. However, we're playing as Sherlock Holmes, and Sherlock Holmes gives no shit, so he would arrest him.
You want arrest?
It's what Sherlock would do.
Okay, 3,
I'm not
2,
happy
1,
with it.
Go. I mean, the guy's no less dead if his
Wiggins,
murderers
could you
are
ask Mr.
apprehended,
Crocker
so...
to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour has passed.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
We're gonna have to do the advanced boxing.
Because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots. And not least, the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
We're getting
Lady
combat
Brackenstall
music.
already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Oh. meant to button mash. Okay, button mash. W. Button mash. W.
You should have let me die. How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker, but there has been quite enough death in this case. Inspector, I give you Sir Eustace's killer.
Yeah, they're
He
probably
tried
gonna
his
kill
best
him, though.
to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
Eustace was murdered by Captain Jack Crocker, who was visiting Lady Brackenstall that night. They staged it as a robbery by the Randall gang. Crocker used his sea knife to cut the bell rope to tie the lady, and then hid the silverware in the well. He committed a violent crime for which he deserves a Condon punishment. Clues found 16. Ready, steady. Correct. Every single clue found.
Hooray.
You're about to finish the case. Let's go. Most people solved the case the same way. Most people made the same moral choice. Law Protector. The Kew Gardens Drama.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
We're getting more bees
I
wing.
increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
Where are they gathering honey from?
Yes,
There's not much
but
flowers.
nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
We return and the dog is just covered in bee stings.
At least say hi to Toby before we leave.
And our... What is our... A part of the silverware is our
Maybe
memorial.
we can take Toby with us.
Crocker is a fine man of the sea, aged in his 40s. Capable, honest, well-educated, despite not being very wealthy. He was in haste, and still he read the morning newspaper and cleaned his boots before heading out. Find the stolen plants from the last exhibition at the Kew Gardens.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't
Bring
aware
Toby.
that you were Watson's new literary agent.
He's been ripping up the book. Or like the draft of the story.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new
And we've got our
literary
letter
agent.
from Mycroft to read, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Holmes, I am writing to inform you that the affair at the Abbey Grange, which took place almost half a year ago now, still resonates deeply in high society, and remains a subject of much gossip. The case's romantic background has attracted many suitors who show willing to shelter and take pity on Lady Brackenstall. But to this date, she still serves her sentence with her maid, Teresa, and has rejected all offers of help. To be truthful, I suspect that the true motivation of these suitors may well be related to Sir Eustace's title and money. What do you think? Yours? Ah, it's not actually from... It's from Lestrade.
I wish we would know what happened to him, though.
Pardon?
We don't know what happened to the sailor.
No, we do
We know
not.
that she's still serving time, but we don't know what happened to him.
Was he subject to corporal punishment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If we're going to garden, do we want our normal get-up?
I feel like our casual suit is good enough for the gardens.
Okay. And our normal hat? Come on, we're not looking like Winston Churchill. There we go. Okay. To the Kew Gardens.
Which is a really nice garden.
Being sent back to Australia is punishment enough? That would be a reward. Shoo. No more rain, no more cold. Being sent back to the best city on Earth.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
As voted by this year's, what was it? It was the, architecture group or something? We got voted best city in the world by some architecture thing.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens, and that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
And we teleport inside the glass house?
Here it is.
Yes.
This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes.
We've got distracted.
Just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
He was murdered by the plants. The plants are guilty.
Do not touch.
We will send the plants to Australia.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen. Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Did it actually make a list? Yes, although it's not very big. Darlingtonia. Cracocus Darlington? That sounds like it might actually be an Australian plant. Anyway.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
Australian and thus deadly? I don't think we actually have very many deadly plants as far as I know, Wick. Not plants.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Is there something else? Or is that trying to tell me to investigate more things with the,
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot.
Maybe in the tropical zone? Maybe. There might be something dangerous in the rainforesty bit. If so, I'm not aware of it. Ooh.
The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
The broken esconson.
The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
It was the black orchids in the conservatory.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced.
Okay, are we finished in here?
These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from Louisiana.
Ah, yes, the bayou. I remember our visit in the case of the Awakened.
Cthulhu is real in this universe?
Not yet. I believe this was made before the remastering of The Awakened.
But they just talked about The Awakened.
Yes, but that is with the
This
one that
sign
we
is
played,
broken.
Okay.
where
Something
it
heavy
isn't
was
really
dropped upon it.
acknowledged that Cthulhu is real.
There's just magical parasites fountaining out of bodies somehow.
But that was the only thing. Those parasites were the only thing in that game that couldn't really be explained normally. And I'm sure there's some way he could have explained that as well.
Water lily greenhouse. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
It's very fancy.
Dry tropics.
Ooh! Look at them all.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Nope, nothing in here.
There is a smell of burning. The remains of a picture frame. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
And you just put it back in the fire.
A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The
To
door
hide
handle
that it
to
was
the colonial
broken and
collection
replaced.
and that of the fireplace
Mhm.
are made of the same material. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A broom handle was half burned.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else in normal vision. Doesn't look it.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Examine the place where he died. Examine the colonial collection. We have to search our book. Oh god, books, books, books.
Mm-hmm. So much books. But it's probably not newspapers this time.
Blah.
You know, for an academic, you really don't seem excited about research.
My research does not involve reading newspapers ever.
Water lily greenhouse. Dry tropics. Ventilation system. Seed house. Nursery. Colonial collection. Palm house. Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. A map of Kew Gardens.
I think that's everything. And yet we're not getting kicked out. Maybe because it's a map?
Could be.
No, it's not green. What have I missed? Ah,
Reserve.
there we go.
A water tank. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Primitive air conditioning?
I know Nema Blob. Yesterday he hated Kindles, now books.
No, newspapers.
You hated doing research.
Locked.
They put lots of maps so you can help work out where you are.
Locked. Locked.
Come on, let me move.
Locked.
It's very weird that they make him pause the whole time until he's finished saying locked.
Hmm.
A bit of a hassle, honestly.
Locked. 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 Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Inspect him.
Pick him apart.
Inexpensive glasses. A dirty collar. Gardener's hands. No wedding ring.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
No,
Thank
he
you,
won't
Mr.
unlock
Hamish.
them.
We shall continue our investigation.
Fair enough. Oh, isn't that pretty? What a pretty flower bed.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Maybe? Do you work? We've already... Maybe we were meant to talk to him before we went to the other place?
Maybe.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. I'm
Yeah,
also
this is
studying
weird.
botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
It very much feels like we've out of sequenced there. At least to me. Oh, I didn't actually
agree.
look at the sign.
Farmhouse.
There we go. Watson. Watson. Fine. There we go.
Watson doesn't want you to go see the palms, okay? He's a bit worried you're gonna bring them home.
It's too warm for him in here as an Englishman. No, there's nothing.
According to this, they have light and moisture control
That's the
in
same.
some parts of the building. Water lily greenhouse.
Ooh, that's probably gonna be a real pretty one.
And this is where we already were.
We were.
But there's apparently something still here, right? So...
You looked at the pond itself, right? The
No.
broken things there?
Someone fell
Blood?
violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination. to make sense of it all.
Okay, imaginate. He walks in here, he knocks over the pot, and he collapses. Am I meant to be clicking more of them?
No, it wasn't like that.
Oh, I missed the knocking over the pot. Is that it?
Mm.
Yeah, okay. So, how do we...
First, open the door.
No, reset. Break door. Oh, come on. No. Break door, check. Knock pot, check. Fall over, check. Try. But we know that it was broken in from the inside. So this doesn't make sense.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
I thought that we said it was locked from the
I
inside.
think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection.
When we inspected this thing.
But that depends on which side you would be on, I
The
guess.
ensconson was breached near the handle.
Like if we were standing on this side of it, it would be pushed outwards and...
Surely, no matter what, you're going to claim that is the inside and not this is the inside. Ooh, and we missed this.
Very strange. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
And then there was the windows. Why can't I look at the windows now?
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Okay. Now have we finished examining the area?
Can we now do our little deductions?
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
Singapore, British India, Calcutta, the Sudan, New Zealand, Bengal, Cape Colony. No Australia. New Zealand gets in, but no Australia. I am outraged.
Safer Australia made it.
British Honduras. Ah, there we go. Australia, good. Apparently we're only cactuses, which is weird.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Okay. Okay, and now it's hassling us to do our idea combinatorics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So...
And I think on our task list there's nothing else besides
we only
the main
have
thing.
one combination of things.
Oh,
what could
this
it
is
be,
hard.
Maury?
I think this is above our head. It's,
Perform an autopsy on the body. The death is suspicious. Why did he force the door? Why had someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or merely an accident? How do we go to your body? We go to Scotland Yard? We can also go home and do these things, which will make you happy. Oh, maybe the autopsy is at Scotland Yard. That would make sense. Still, let's make Maury happy and go do our newspaper reading first.
It's not even gonna be newspaper reading. We're gonna be using the botany books. It was a whole section with botany, if I remember.
Yeah, I think there was a section on botany. Where is it? Yeah, here.
This is where I keep...
Nope, not chemistry. Poisons and toxins, maybe. Wounds and injuries, criminalistics, martial arts, marks and symbols, no. But over here, not art and literature, although plants are almost art. Economics, no. Technology, no. History, no. Medicine, maybe. Botany. A list of exotic plants stolen from the Kew Gardens. Blah, 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 blah. Exotic plants, Volume 4.
Yes. Yes.
These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. The first one. The second one. Not... Oh, no, yes, the third one. Then something else. Then this one. This one does not mention... This one is... This one is, and this one is. No, wasn't that one of them isn't?
No.
One?
No, they're all
Two,
mentioned. They're just in a different order.
3, 4... Oh, there, yeah, okay, the order is different. Only the first 3 are dangerous to humans. This one, and this one. But under certain very specific conditions, the plant should react to a process of aggression, against which it will issue its deadly spores.
Here it is.
Okay, and then we need to do the same thing, but for the Chinese symbol on the bottom of the pot. Presumably...
But symbols was in the other one.
I was
was in
thinking
research.
world whatever, but you want to do the symbol things, yep. London garden supplies?
That is not the one I need.
Weirdly, no. This isn't religious as far as I can tell, and it's not Skull and Crossbones. It's not Divine... Maybe it's Divine Syndicate? The Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. Sure. The members of the syndicate worship Truan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world, so generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
And finally, the Kew Gardens, which is presumably that London Gardens Supplies one. We are a premium supplier for all your landscape, gardening and timber needs. Full range supply and delivery of sand, soils, mulches, pots, and anything else you may need. 3 Blurton Road, London.
Here it is.
So, the following plants are lethal to humans. The realization of the toxin process is fairly difficult. It requires a particular chemical fertilizer, natural stimulation and nutrition. The caterpillars should work? I'm sorry, what? Meanwhile...
We're probably gonna do an experiment.
Martin Hamish is unmarried. His hands and nails resembles those of a gardener, dirty and swollen. Short-sighted, wearing bifocals to correct his vision. Plain, works hard to the point of neglecting his appearance, and is sadly unlikely that he had any female companion. He lives alone. Meanwhilst he, anxious and nervous young man, bitten fingernails. He uses a quantity of detergent to clean his hands, which is a poor decision seeing as he handles plants and soil. His eyes are red, he has been weeping. His age tells us he is still at university. He is good-looking, unmarried, and probably still lives with his mother. Okay, we did all of these, so to Scotland Yard and the autopsy. The plant picked up a poker and bashed the abusive husband's brains in.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
That sounds like we are going to be doing the autopsy. Rather than it's already been done.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Maury gets her wish.
Yay.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse.
It's a powerful
The air
moustache.
from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Watson whistling while he works.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Gotta say though, a lot less visceral than the previous games.
Yes.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
No cracking ribs.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
It's a bit weird that we're saying this and not Watson.
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
He was a plant and he was poisoned.
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
I like that it's basically heavy-handedly saying, those doors that were locked before, go look at them now. Find the plant used to kill him. Inspect the staff buildings and gather more information on him. Find out who killed him.
And still we have to find the stolen plants.
Were there anything in here, just out of interest? Yes, his stuff. To Mr. F. Wayne, Director of Wayne & Sons Printing Company. My friend, your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it's surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. My name alone would be sufficient. Montague Dunn. Okay, so that's not the... He's trying to take all the credit for him.
Pen of a good make.
A beautiful fountain pen. Real life is stretching into the game here for Maury.
A membership card for the London Crest Club. This watch is of great value.
Okay. We might have to go to the London Crest Club, and we know that maybe there's some he's taking all the credit for himself motivation.
Yes.
Was his son jealous of his father? I'm more inclined to believe that the son was incompetent and accidentally got his father poisoned.
I don't think the son killed him intentionally.
Yeah.
If the son ends up being the guilty party, I don't think it was intentional. He seemed like
genuinely sad, yeah. Okay, give us the keys to everywhere.
And also, we wouldn't even be working this case if he hadn't said that his dad had died. Like, he had already gotten away with it.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Okay. Plantman says, doesn't know syndicate.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him
He's
so,
useless.
and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Give me the keys.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before. And now, all of a sudden, he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
So the son is making it look like this guy did it, so he can be made manager?
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial
Suddenly
collection?
we're back on the sun
It
again.
seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and...
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn.
Ooh.
And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
But that
Thank you,
works
Mr.
on
Hamish.
both directions,
We shall continue
right?
our investigation.
Yeah.
That could either be the son is jealous of the dad, that the girl is interested in the dad, or that this guy is jealous that the girl is interested in the dad. So that doesn't really help us one way or t'other.
Locked.
We have to get the son to give us the keys. Keys.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Do you know about the weird plant people?
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
That's both of them say no.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
We know it was in the colonial collection globular.
Mm-hmm.
Who is
so
Miss
it can't be in the
Margaret White?
conservatory, sadly.
Ah, she is the young
But
lady who
cheers,
studies
mate.
with me.
Welcome.
She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens.
What?
My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed. That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
My father was terrible to everyone.
We shall
it's
see.
not unusual. Oh.
He was a horrible man, but he was my father.
He was horrible to everyone. He has no reason to feel particularly singled out.
Uh-huh.
It could also be the girl, yes.
Yes.
But we have no driving motivations or any knowledge about the girl to this stage, so it wouldn't be dramatically satisfying for it to be the girl, right? And the most dramatically satisfying answer is usually the correct one.
I mean, unless he tried something. We know he was fond of the ladies.
Oh, good God. 1, 2, 2. Is it just 2 at a time? No, it's 2 and then 3. It's 2 and then 3 and then 4. No. 2, 2, 3, 3. Although, honestly, I had amazingly good luck to get those right. 4. And then it was only 2 on this side. No, so it's 5 on the other side, not 4. 2, 2, 3, 3, 5. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me and not accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We have granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinarily precious and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species and from those who might wish to use them for dubious purposes. This divine syndicate of whom you speak has no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 14 of 1889. I respectfully ask you once again to notarize the permissions on these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. See you in Boodles on Tuesday as always. Montague Dune. Letter of complaint. Mr. Dunn, we ask you for the last time to return our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them imprisoned. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie, we need not elaborate, that was reported in the press as the case of June 14, 1889. What you've done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we will never abandon our family members. We trusted you and we regret having done so.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Can we find out what the document says? The debt of Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Suite. An educational scholarship at London University. Credits opened at Hamilton, Radigan House Tailors, and at Bard & Sons Luxury Jewelers. So he was wining and dining the poor girl.
So I return. It was that time of day when that neighbor brings out the dog.
Dog training.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
All we did was open the safe and read some letters.
A photograph of...
Which suggests that the plant people think that Dead Man stole one of their sisters, which is presumably one of the plants. And that he was extending lines of credit to the girl. Personally.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
And there was specific mention of a certain legal case from a certain year multiple times, which makes me suspect we might have to go look up that year and or legal case in the
Yeah, makes sense.
thingies, even though I haven't gone and checked here if it's a thing yet. So where were we? I got distracted from reading the newspaper. The Times, new plant species. The Kew Gardens teams are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley, one that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They've named it Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of this graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning. Is that our guy? Yeah. So this is there's been accusations that he's taking credit for the underlings' work here, which seems potentially true. I don't know who to believe. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You're quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. I give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck. Okay, so the girl... Maybe he came on a bit strong and the girl rejected him and now he's... Well, I'm going to cut off your money then and get rid of your job.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else there.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage.
So that corresponds to the alcoholism things in his coroner report.
Yeah.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Oh, take that.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Edison standard. Oh, we can put in different cylinders to listen to.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to put the cylinder on game.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Okay, we're done with it. More evidence required? Huh? Maybe we're meant to find another cylinder somewhere and bring it back and listen to it. So I don't think there's anything else there to interact with.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments. A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
That was Costa
The
trying to jump
employee's
off the
cookbook.
balcony.
Don't jump, Costo! You have so
Locked.
much to live for!
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
Wait, what?
It does not matter. We will open it.
He said he was trying to jump off the balcony.
Yes, and you say jump.
No, don't jump. You have so much to live for.
But you said jump. You have so much to live for.
What? That doesn't make sense then.
That's precisely why I went what?
No, I said don't.
I didn't hear the don't.
Okay, this.
But yeah. He reached his limit, poor thing.
And that. but not quite. I mean, that looks good there, but...
We have played as Toby, yes, Never Blob.
Yeah, we have been Doggo.
Though it was far less exciting than last time. Toby got a lot less screen time and a lot less puzzle solving. Or Toby got downgraded. That doesn't seem right.
That's better. No, there's only one possible answer to that, which is there. So whatever else is wrong, which can be you.
Can the middle be moved without moving the ends, or is it completely connected?
There. Green can be moved, but is there more than one green that goes side to side? No, there's only one green that does both ends.
Okay.
Like, most of this works. Part of the green there doesn't. But the ends work.
Because it really looks like you could turn like the middle green there on its own, because it doesn't make any sense compared to the outer edges.
This?
Yes.
But it only has one... Like it... The trouble with green is it only has one bit on the left and right.
Yeah. I get that part. It's just, it makes no sense with the rest of the middle. It's really weird.
That works. Oh! They've introduced a new thing.
Ah!
And that means we can move you as well?
Oh, that makes so much more sense now.
There. The yellow needs to move across.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're done.
Once again, why couldn't they tutorialize that they've suddenly added in a new slide things from side to side mechanic, but whatever. Yeah.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible
Debbie down
to detect
under.
a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Oh! Fetch Toby!
Yay!
But first, let's look at these things. Search the archives for the June case of 1889, as predicted. We have the keys, and we have a fragment of statue. Okay. So, go home, look up book case of 1889, and get Doggo. Does it just... It looks... That really looks to me like Watson is playing with his phone. It doesn't look like he's reading a book. Oh, okay. This... We need year, presumably 1889. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of God King Truan, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Charlton Road. Protectors of plants, and more particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of the organisation are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that the investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organisation, which has given as its goal the defence and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here
Okay,
it
so that's
is.
surprisingly well connected.
And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Do we do this before we become Doggo?
Nah.
You want to become Doggo now?
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
And although
Toby is done with the manuscript for Watson anyway.
we don't appreciate Cat Lady, but Watson is interested.
Uh-huh.
And he's a married man. Okay, now it doesn't look like he's playing with a phone. From that angle.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
I was about to say, do we instantly become Doggo, or do we have to...
Search, Toby. Search.
Go to the room first. Dun 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 dun. Open the door. Wait, what? We didn't balk at the door to open it.
No.
We opened
Toby
the
just
door.
knocks that down. Yeah. Knocks that thing straight down.
God, we're so much slower.
You see, this isn't the fancy, well-made door of the aristocracy.
Bork, 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 bork.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
An hidden bottle.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Find the plants, find the plants. Stolen plants, murderous plants. Inspect the buildings and gather information on the man. Find out who killed him. Meet the girl. Find out what the Divine Syndicate is concealing. The end.
We have so many tasks.
We can go do science, and we can talk to people about the pot. Well, we might as well talk to people while we're here.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Get out the way, Watson. I thought we already talked to you.
Just be careful with the plants.
I think so. I think it's just
the girl.
we have to
because
talk
we haven't talked to the girl yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Locked.
Oh, oh, oh.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
I thought we interacted with the window, but apparently we interacted with the table.
A glasses case. It is empty. A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Can you now open the window?
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Yes.
We can see the interior of the
This
Colonial
might mean that
Collection
he
Room
knows how the sun, or he knew when he was coming and going.
Yeah, he could see him dying and didn't help him, perhaps?
I was thinking he saw the sun kill it, but maybe.
Oh.
There's so many options, which is interesting. Good. More options is good.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
There's the dirty thing on the behind you there. On the bench.
Dirty thing. Ah, this?
Yeah, it's like a rag or something.
No. Unless it's with...
Really? Not
Nope.
interesting at all? That's
Nope.
surprising.
Not in any vision mode. Nope, nothing here is interesting aside from the seeds that we've already seen.
Open.
Hello, lady.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White.
No.
Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Inspect her.
Why did you go, oh no, oh no?
That she's like fangirling over him.
Oh.
Expensive perfume. Gardener's hands. Ooh, but malnutrition. Pellagra. Poor family. What did I miss? What's the third thing?
Could you be moving too fast? Because it was down there by the skirt.
Really?
Other side of the skirt.
It feels like it's
It blinked there for a second.
about to go up again. Yeah, it's gonna go up again now.
Oh, okay. Was it the pink mark on the hands?
That was the poor family thing. Right, pink mark, poor family.
Is it a belt buckle again?
There's no knife.
What is the final thing then? Because I could have sworn it turned a bit bigger for a second there, but maybe it was because you accidentally touched over the hands.
I would have assumed it's this thing. No, I am a bamboozled. We're gonna live without the third thing?
Never.
Never. I'm stuck scrolling this for all time.
Yes. And scrolling slower. The quick pixel scrubbing isn't gonna help.
Oh. Unmarried. We know that she's not married. That's infuriating, but fine. Theft of plants.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
The incident.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Do you know the plant people?
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Do you work here?
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
What about the colonial collection?
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
She hasn't a clue as to why the colonial collection was cleared.
Never been there, huh?
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Okay, so the son and the girl both have a full set of keys.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Thank you, miss. Okay. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
And all 3 claim not to know the plant people. And it doesn't look like there's anything else in this space. Okay. We could go do chemistry, or we could go speak to the plant people.
If I go there,
Chemistry.
Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Let's get the chemistry out of the way.
Oh, I thought you'd want to avoid the chemistry, so I went to visit the plant people.
Okay, fine. We can bring Toby to the plant people.
He's apparently going to wait in the cab.
Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
I don't want to disturb your Zen garden.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock...
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
Nice tat.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Inspect him. He has a tattoo. Surely the tattoo is interesting, yes. He has calloused fingertips. And a scar mark. Acid burns. Chemical practice.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from it.
It is a school of anastomosis.
Sorry,
a divine
accidentally
scholastic
clicked through
syndicate
one.
for
My
vegetation
bad.
veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
I'm ready.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Quicker time event. Truan.
Our God King's name is Triwan, Green Grand Mystic.
I've been mispronouncing it.
Good.
I'm so sorry.
Good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
I was expecting, like, multiple layers of question, not just one extremely basic question.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Okay. Now we're allowed in the temple? Ooh, we can bang the gong. Ooh, but it's interesting as well. What's interesting? Something is supposedly interesting. Where is something interesting? Well, wherever it is, it's not here. Right? Because it's giving me the please use the supervision.
Yeah.
Oh, but it only did it when I banked. No, it was when I was standing here. Ah. piece?
A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down
Several of them.
here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
Someone's been stealing their flowers and trading the flower pots. We bang this as well? Sadly not. Okay, and this is just another way around. Unless there's something hiding in there. No. Inside the temple? Time to taste the sap.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
I didn't think it
Rather
was
delicious. And
take
of an
as in
excellent
consume.
quality.
I thought it was
My word, Holmes.
take a
Their
sample.
sap is like a form of cocaine.
I wanted to do science on it, Maury.
Instead you did cocaine.
Yes. Ooh, is anyone's name on here that shouldn't be? No, I don't recognize. But then again, I wouldn't remember what was the other guy's name. What's Jerkface's name? Not the Green Grand Mystic.
Hamish?
Yeah, Martin Hamish. Yeah, no, he's not on the list. And what's girl's last name? She was White, wasn't she?
White?
Yeah. So no, none of them seem to appear here.
I mean, I
The
don't think
list
she
of
would be
plant
allowed,
friends
but,
and benefactors,
there
lawyers,
is a
well-known
woman there.
manufacturers, political leaders.
There's two,
several
actually.
women, yeah. 3.
3.
My suspicion
all
was maybe
made it.
she was like a spy for the plant people on the inside. But doesn't look it.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Whilst the guy's watching? One of these can be moved sideways. Which one is it? Okay, so there's a couple of different options for this one. Neither of those particularly makes sense.
That one.
That one definitely doesn't make sense. Neither does that one. Neither does that one. All of them don't make sense.
That
I guess
one does, though.
maybe this one, depending on what the background does. Yeah, that looks good there. Okay, so... Almost. Ooh, there. That looks
Probably do the
very
green
good.
First, but okay.
Pardon?
Yeah. That looks good.
Ah, no. I want rotate all. But now that doesn't match there.
No, but that one can be pushed.
But this one can also do what we did on the other side.
Yeah, so we can change that one.
Do you fit better like that? Or like... This one looks promising. There we go. We talk to...
You came to make a donation? Glory to Trewan!
Yep, not Trewan. Sorry. Sorry, Trewan. Oh.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants.
What?
Take them.
Surely you mean the other way round. Caterpillar eat plant, not plant eat caterpillar.
I mean, some plant eat caterpillar.
Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
If any plant was going to eat a caterpillar, it would probably have been those two, and they didn't want it.
Plant. Nothing of interest.
No, but we're probably going to use it on something else.
A tropical
There was something we had to test on caterpillars.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
I'm just going to walk out with 3 precious plants from the plant religion people. I doubt this.
A tropical plant. A tropical plant.
Nah, this is fine.
I very much press X to doubt.
This must be Trewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
It's too dark. I have trouble seeing, but we'll do what we can.
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
There's supposedly something of interest here, though? It wasn't green. And yet, there's nothing else. Right? There's still object of interest. Maybe we need to learn that we need some chemicals?
Perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
And now he's jealous of the chemistry set.
Why did they get a... No, it's fine. I am wondering why we can't do our science here, though. Obviously only
No, I meant
our
Sherlock,
table.
because he said,
A
like, this one is
vast
able
amount
to
of
do
opium.
everything.
So much
A
opium.
vast amount of opium.
Okay. And then...
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
And that looks like it's it. So I think this is just to say both places have chemicals, both places could nominally be guilty, so that we have two suspects.
I think there was something you left.
Really?
There was something that wasn't green.
Yeah, the chemistry set, I already commented on that. These don't show as green. No matter how many times we go in there, there's nothing else.
Okay.
Right? There's these bottles, but that's it.
Very strange indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it might just be that we need to grab certain chemicals from there later, once we know what chemistry experiment we're going to do. Like that the flag hasn't triggered that we know we need the thing yet. Okay, we can talk to the Kew Garden No, we can maybe talk to you about the fact that you have the wrong pots here. Now that we've stolen all your plants, we don't need access anymore.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Disbelief. You have pots. Ooh, but which one do we go with? Is it the symbol on the I think it's the broken one, because it was specifically a broken pot that we found.
Yeah.
No.
That's true.
We are very wrong.
None.
Okay.
Not worthy there.
Try again. Okay, so... It wasn't that one. Branded flower pots, or the symbol?
Yeah, it must be that
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago. And we believe the pots we found here...
Please confess.
Please tell us. Were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet, you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
I was willing to be sympathetic to them.
Meditation.
Up until their answer was, we didn't actually steal our plants back, we just stole some other random plants. I was willing to be like, if they stole their plants back, that's maybe justified. But no, that's a bit harder of a pill to swallow. Well, science on our chemistry thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Find out if we return Toby home, or if he's just going to keep following us.
Toby's just down for the adventure now. Toby's tired of being stuck at home.
Nope, he's back home now.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent. Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
Okay. Pipette. Or not?
This is the bottle.
Yeah, I know. I was assuming we would pipette it across... Oh, there... Okay. I thought that looked way too much like something that it wasn't, but it's a pipette. Fine.
A colorless, water-based liquid.
Inhale.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
Taste.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Yeah, giant flask of bleach. Oh yes, it must be safe to drink. They couldn't keep it in such a giant flask.
But there's a doctor at hand. It's fine.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Okay, pipette, Wagner's reagent. On... Do you not want me to put it on the bottle? How do I... Oh, you want me to do it the other one? Okay.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Okay, they were making a fertilizer. And Watson has now adopted the religion of... What was it? What are they called? The tree people? The Divine Syndicate, look!
Yep.
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
Okay. Indeed, what do we do next? So, inspect the staff buildings and gather more information on the man. Find out who killed him. Find the plant that was used to kill him. Also, it's worth noting that it's currently smacking us with the, please do deductions.
Nah.
You don't think so? It's got it here.
I know, I'm just ignoring it.
You want to ignore it? Like, I think it wants us to do them. There's probably some flags that need to be triggered for us to be allowed to look at certain things.
Probably.
We still haven't had a use for the air conditioner machine and the water tower. So if you don't want us to do deductions, where do you want us to go here?
Oh. There was the... There was the worm thingies. Where were we supposed to do that again? Yeah, the caterpillars. Where were we supposed to do the experiment with those?
I don't think we've triggered all of that yet.
Okay.
Because else it would be a
Fine,
scienceable...
I guess we have to do the deductions then.
A scienceable thing. And nothing is scienceable. Okay. There's only use the... Find what pot the bit of the missing pot or statue belongs with. It's too suspicious that these things exist and are objects of interest, but we haven't used them. You said you think we have to do this, so you've accepted that we do this. Then...
Yes.
Missing deadly plants stolen. How do those not... They outright admitted they took them. Okay, Divine Syndicate thieves, deadly plants stolen. Or missing deadly plants. Either works. There. The sect stole everything, stole all the plants, including the deadly species. Or they only stole the specific ones. No, they stole all except the deadly plants.
Mm-hmm.
What? Isn't it meant to be the other way around? Weren't they meant to only steal their deadly plants back? So I dislike both of these. I mean, I guess I'm more willing to believe they stole everything because they were being vengeful.
Okay. Well, then go with that then.
What else can we do? He was trapped, he was poisoned, there are suspicious ingredients, and the caterpillars are somehow connected.
Suspicious ingredients and poisoning.
Okay, this gives us... Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. We also have Albert's ambition.
Deadly plants stolen and missing deadly plants.
No, that was the first thing I tried, and it's like, no.
Oh. Okay. White and Dunn?
Yeah, that's telling us that he gave her money, more than necessary. And then she expelled her. I don't know that
Yeah, but can those two be connected?
No.
Okay.
Unless I screwed up.
You just connected them with the deadly plants.
There we go. They had a disagreement, and he has fired her. And there's no other option. We're not allowed to assume that it was not because he's being spiteful. Wow. These two make sense. He was trapped in the room and he was poisoned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After being trapped in the Colonial Collection by the killer, he was affected by inhaling a virulent vegetable poison. They were missing deadly plants and they were poisoned? No. Well, the real question is, does the game still nag us now about doing more deductions? And no. So we can...
No, probably not, because we can do the science now.
So we can go do other things, at least for the moment. We can do the deadly plant science.
Mm-hmm.
Set up the alkaloid from the chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment. So presumably we go home.
Oh, I assumed we had to go use the fancy one, but...
Well, we'll find out, I guess. This might be, yeah, we might need to grab the chemicals either from the plant chemical thing that, like, had things there that were interesting but we didn't fully green out, or their one. But no,
according
it's here.
to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to the...
No, we need something else.
According
Evidence
to
required.
the deadly plants in...
We have the caterpillars.
According to
But
the
we don't
deadly
have the
plants
fertilizer.
information, in order... My analysis table.
Okay, so... Something else. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the plants. So which chemical set do you want to try this at first? The religious people or the The botanical
I think the
gardens.
religious people.
Okay, the religious people. To me, I think the other ones may be slightly more likely because we know they were making super fertilizer with the gold stuff. But they both are plausible. Now is the chemistry cupboard more interesting? Yes.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Now that we know we need it, we're allowed to pick it up.
That would...
But we're not allowed to use this chemistry set. We have to go back home.
No. Okay.
So it was a... As I predicted, we needed a flag to trigger to know that we would need it. Also, it looks like there's one more case after this.
But isn't there supposed to be 2? Wasn't there
Mama
supposed
said
to be 6
6?
cases? Haven't we done 4? 5?
1, 2, 3, 4. We're up to the 5.
Okay, so
And
this
so
is
the
the
next
5th.
one
Yeah.
will be 6.
Okay.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done.
I bet
shall
the one on the
begin now.
right.
Watson, if you are at all
Which one do you
optimistic
think?
to have dinner this evening,
Middle.
then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. A carnivorous plant. A prickly plant. This is a strange and unusual plant. It appears to have fallen inactive. My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
So grab a sword?
No reaction.
No, my plant is uninteresting. So what, just stab it again and again and again?
No, you use something else.
But there are no more... Like, I can't pick up anything else.
You can put that back.
I
You could
can't.
put up the...
Oh, there's a right click to put back rather
Yeah.
than interact with zone. Okay.
Then you can drip
Eat
some
the
of the other
caterpillars?
things on it. Yeah. Are you supposed to drip the caterpillars with the thing first?
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
I think we have infinite caterpillars.
Okay.
So what do you want me to pick up? I don't see anything else.
The liquid in the middle.
Oh, you want to acid him?
I wanted more to
This
acid
plant
the
becomes
caterpillars,
inactive
but
after
sure.
being drenched with alkaloid. This
Oh,
it
my...
appears to open
Oh,
after being
yours
soaked
waking
with
up.
alkaloid.
Now can I poke it? Yes!
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding.
So now we need
Perhaps
to do
if
the
we
same
agitate
thing
it to a
and
greater extent
apply
whilst
the
it is
caterpillar
open,
first.
it will reveal a little more.
So
I
what
am
order do you
interested
want?
in what might occur if the prickly plant should
So
shoot
I
at
want you to do the I
They,
keep calling
they
it
just said
alcohol
that
in my
the
head.
they just said this plant needs to shoot this. Or at least he
Yes,
was interested
but-
in it.
I don't think you need that because I think the middle plant will eat the caterpillar and that will be considered a strong enough attack.
This plant will count as attacked if this one eats the caterpillar from here?
No. Okay, grab the liquid.
Yep.
And dose the plant on the right.
Sure, it opens up.
Uh-huh. Now place a caterpillar on the plant to the right.
It appears to open.
Yep.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas.
Okay, so it was still only a small cloud of gas.
Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent.
So in that case, we need to
open
make the one in the middle sleep.
Shoot.
I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
So you want to sleep this one, open the
No,
right
we can't
one.
sleep that one then. Never mind.
And
this
pick
plant becomes inactive
the left
after
one.
being drenched with alkaloid. It appears
No, I
to
think you
open
need
after
to
being soaked with alkaloid.
now put a caterpillar on the left one. And see if that hits
How
it.
interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur
fine.
If the prickly plant should
shoot at it.
I really do think that we need to make this one sleep so that it's not in
we
the
do.
way.
But then I don't know how we're supposed to trigger a hard enough
This
attack.
plant becomes inactive after being... My word.
No.
It shot a spike at me
Okay.
after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagine...
Shush. You. Then you.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
No.
This plant
You. Then caterpillar quickly. I can't do it quickly enough. You.
This.
Yeah. If I leave, can I pick up one of, like, it's shot dozens of these on the ground. Can I? No. It is self-contained.
So how about if we... Oh... We would need to dose the middle one right after it's eaten the caterpillar of the left one.
It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed.
So what, you want this?
Can we stab it? The middle
What a
one
strong
now,
and
so that it
effective
closes and
defensive
gets out of the
mechanism.
way, but it doesn't
I
seem
am
like it.
interested in what
It's
might
too
occur
close.
if
It's
the
too
prickly
quick.
plant should shoot
yeah.
at it. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alcohol. This plant becomes inactive.
It's all the more frustrating because you're trying to do things and it's the plant, the plant, the plant. I'm going to pause and you can't do anything while I say the plant.
Oh no, oh no. I know what it is. And it's silly. It's silly. I'm pretty sure I know what it is, and I don't think you're gonna like it.
What is it?
When you hover over the plant, it says take. Swap the positions of the middle and the little plant on the left.
And now we make... Okay.
And now we can make it eat the caterpillar.
I don't like it because they never tutorialized that you could move the plants.
Gas with spores. Extraordinary.
But well done, Maury.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim.
Far
and
too long, the
stimulate
relicoid,
at
far too
precisely
long.
the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Okay. find out how to stimulate the deadly plants in the colonial collection. Before performing the experiment in this room, talk to all suspects about the day of the murder.
And also inspect Kew Garden's staff building, which we apparently never did.
Yeah, I know. It's never triggered this is finished, which I don't understand, because we've done everything as far as I understand, but... Boop. Make sure that's right. Let's go. Okay, talk to everyone. What happened on the day of the murder?
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What else did you do?
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Now the son. Speak to us.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
Okay, so they're conflicting?
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White. And that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell.
Okay,
we hurried
no,
across to the
that
water
makes
lily
sense
room
now.
and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man.
Okay.
We shall see you again soon.
And the girl.
It's so long of a walk, though.
It's not that far.
I do miss our fast travel. Like with the smaller maps and being able to jump from place to place.
Do you think that we have a sub-map?
No, I don't think we do. I say I miss it from the other games.
Okay.
It's the one thing that this game doesn't have, is the...
I mean, maybe
little
if you access this,
thing.
it acts as a teleport?
Nursery.
No. That would be convenient, but no.
Because I can see that if you're playing this, it's...
There's a lot of
easily
walking.
Yeah, but it's easily to forget which house you have to go through to get to where you need to be.
In this area especially.
Yes.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing?
Because the
upon
corridors
day of
all
his
look the
death?
same.
I can. But there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And at the time of
And
death?
that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11.
Ah, that
When
conflicts.
I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred.
Here's the...
Might I listen to
predicted
the
that they'd give us another one of these.
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
So it's here or it's in the other room?
The other room. In the laboratory.
Okay.
Now, if only we had a little mini-map who could immediately take us to the laboratory.
Dun 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 dun. An unbearably long 15-second walk.
Mm-hmm.
Except that I went to the wrong door. This one. And now suddenly we're allowed to listen to another thing? No.
No, you gotta take it out of the cabinet first, I'm assuming.
Okay. What do you think it's in here?
It's 230. Not the chemicals.
This one.
Here it is.
There's also something else, though.
Cylinder records.
Okay, so that's if we found that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Before we knew we needed this specific one, sure.
Mm-hmm.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
It seems long and I have no patience for it.
Albert's locker.
Ah, we've worked out a way of breaking into
Specialist
the lockers that he didn't want us
articles on
doing.
shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
He's
A
been
rejection
refused
letter from
to the
the
Naval
British
College.
Royal Naval College.
The Royal Naval College School of Non-Commissioned Officers Recruitment Centre, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results with our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you to the Royal Navy School. Your father has expressed his intention to entrust you the directorship of the Botanic Gardens at Kew, and it is clear he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours faithfully, J.M. Lemarchand, Director of the Royal Training Centre. And so we have a reason for him to kill his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wants to be a captain.
Yeah.
It's a pirate's life for him.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other one? Oh, but there's also extra special somethings here.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
Oh, I was assuming that these were different lockers, but it's a whole cupboard for him.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Hamish's locker.
Ooh, he does have a friend who is a girl, perhaps.
Father and I, Kew Gardens.
I don't think so.
A review on rare and exotic plants.
if someone's calling him
Martin
father,
Hamish has written several pieces.
Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I stated already in my previous letters, I believe no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to the suggestion. Your reasons were political, and I was happy to comply. But now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of an inexperienced person with no motivation? I urge you to cast your decision in a matter of urgency, so that I might devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead and free my mind from this uncertainty.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
And that's... Ooh, why can we hear dog noise? We can talk to him about the Navy rejection, and we can confront the man about maybe having a daughter. And as for
Miss
the
White's
ladies' locker...
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at the present. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family and would consider it an honor if you accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. She says while she has a box full of jewels.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all of these years that have passed since you left and without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now? We suppose you must be ashamed of us. We are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done, and none of us ever compromised their reputation, as it appears you already do with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed. Sincerely, your parents. Ouch.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Can we read it? Dear Mother and Father, I am writing you this letter with reluctance to ask for help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I anticipated. I fear, therefore, I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we've had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your only daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? Ooh.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection. It appears as though the protective equipment
There is a notably empty space. And we saw someone trying to burn one earlier. Well, we found the half-burnt one. And now that's green. Okay. Ooh, that's ended the find more evidence thing.
Great.
Now we can confront you about wanting, well, actually let's ask everyone. Does he want to join the Navy?
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Disbelieve. Photograph with a father? Fragment of a statue, keys, branded flat. No, the only one that makes sense there is the photo.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support.
Well, that's a motive.
As far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Okay, so
Thank you,
he
Mr.
wants
Hamish. We shall
potentially
continue our investigation.
his dad to get his rightful
Recognition.
representation, or he wants sort of the gardens to fall not to the son of the person who, you know, doesn't deserve it, but to fall to the son of the person who does deserve it, which just so happens to be him as well. Oh, happy coincidence.
But again, that does mean that the father was his father, and he still may not.
Yeah, okay. I assumed it was a
friends.
picture of him and his daughter. Or son. Not him and his father. My bad.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Disbelieve. I guess his hopes makes the most sense? It's not going to be anything about the pots or the keys.
No, it has to be the hopes.
And
I was
yet
assuming
I
they would
know
call
that
it the
the
letter.
Royal
Yeah,
but
so
well.
College
same.
rejected
Absolutely
your
the same.
application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay, and... Ooh,
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
it's forcing us to the end?
We don't get to ask about her?
Nope. We don't get to confront her about her gold digging.
Was that a thing in the evidence, or was that just not...
You know, she didn't
Like, we're the
have
only
a...
ones that said that there was a
She
dialogue.
didn't have a specific,
Okay.
like, thing to do with letter from her mum or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's just story-wise we know that now. What does the game want us to do? Find out how to stimulate the deadly plants. There was an F near here. Okay. Am I meant to go follow it backwards?
Probably on the other side.
Oh, so reset. So he inhales the spores. He attempts to bash down the door.
Well, he knocks down the thing first, doesn't he?
Knocks down what thing?
The thing on the table on the right side.
This bust?
Yeah.
Does he? Ah, and that's what the missing bit of the sculpture is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this. Proceed to knock this over, please. Proceed. No, that's all one thing, apparently. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because this one
Fine
is
then.
this one is playing, but there's nothing else over there. Escape the room. Is that it? Oh, that's my fault. I pressed F instead of watch fully put together video. There we go.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
I said that it's so suspicious that we haven't used the air conditioning yet. Good. We're putting the caterpillars in here for some reason.
The caterpillars can only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Yes, stay right underneath the caterpillars, Watson.
He's got to watch them very, very closely. And I can't actually interact with that, even though they're somewhat interesting.
You can't?
No, like I was trying to click on it and it won't let me. Maybe we were meant to notice this before when I noticed these and we didn't look up enough. Maybe? Like I noticed this and then we look here.
I hope we don't end up with like 15 out of 16 clues now, but oh well.
You want the perfect run on our first go?
Yes. I don't want to ruin it now. Doing so well.
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what's going to activate the air conditioning. Do we need to go find some other item?
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Okay, transmission off. Start.
The engine has started.
Transmission on.
The ventilation system is working.
Go talk to Watson. Although, if this is still
now covered in caterpillars.
There's maybe... No, I can't look at this either. Maybe that's just to, like, really ram home that this end of the vent connects to the other end of the vent.
This is where you have to follow it.
Do you think I actually have to follow it? I mean, I can follow it.
No. I mean, like, if you're unsure of where you need to go, you can use that vision to find your way.
Ooh, it's a square in here, though. To the glory of the Empire. Rare and exotic plants from our distant colonies. He does not seem to be covered in caterpillars. I observe him closely, and he is not covered in caterpillars.
Now we need to see if we can activate the
Watson,
fans
you
in
failed.
Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Oh! Okay, then go to not the sun's place first. So this is his space. Right? No. Which one was his? It had a window that could open.
No. It had a window right next to... Maybe this is where you follow the ducks. Maybe that's why it's yellow.
Maybe, but it's gotten rid of the look at yellow thing.
Yeah, because you're not close to any of the ducks.
here, looks like. Yeah, because there's the window.
Yes, it's on the other side.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Now, how do we activate the air conditioning?
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Okay, and where would the sun's one be? I mean, the sun only ever exists in one place.
Yes, but if you follow the T, you should be able to find it, shouldn't you?
Follow the T?
From where you were, shouldn't you be able to follow the vent?
There wasn't a vent in that room, right? The room that we just did.
It had a marker thing.
Didn't have a vent in it. Right? Oh no, it did have a vent.
It just had it. Yeah.
It had one here.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Am I meant to examine that? Also no.
Because now it's yellow, so if you follow that, you should get to the other one.
I mean, maybe. I think it's just going to light all the way back to the source. Ooh.
No, it's down there.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
But isn't this the girl? This is the girl's room, not the boy's room.
But he was in the nursery, wasn't he?
Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
Oh, maybe this is him, because there's a...
We never examined the work desk, no!
Bravo. Now, if you could just
There's a
help me to
desk
get
with
rid of
a...
these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out. By activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
No, there we go. Now we can go there, Maury.
Oh, thank goodness. A perfect track record will not be destroyed by missing one desk.
Dun, 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 dun. And then it's the next one on the left.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
That's all.
Was there anything more on the left side there?
No, just the air vent thing.
Okay.
And the window that
we are unable to see the interior
proves we can't
of the
look
Colonial
where.
Collection
Yeah.
Room.
So the only person that it makes sense that can press the fan.
It's Hamish.
Yeah. Well. It can only be done from that location. As for who was there.
Hmm.
And now it's flashing the please make deductions at us. Although, what's this window and why is it... Why doesn't this one get a comment? Oh well. New deductions. The game wants us to make them.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say, I believe that it's probably Hamish. I believe at least it's Albert, and then Miss White
in the middle.
Yeah.
I'd put her last. I think it's probably son, then plant man, then woman. Myself. So Hamish is angry.
Albert's ambition and Albert's simulation, perhaps?
Yes. Albert has a motive to kill his father. His father thwarted his dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, he would not only have revenge, but also potentially be able to join the Navy.
How about then, if we don't believe the sect is involved anymore, so we can change that one.
We don't believe... Sorry? Oh, yeah, the sect.
Yeah. Like, we went completely off that one, so...
The sect stole everything. No, but they did. They admitted to it. It's a case of, we don't think that they poisoned him, but they stole crap.
They stole everything besides the deadly plants, because if they stole the deadly plants, they wouldn't be able to kill him with them.
Depends on when they were stolen, but okay, sure. New director and Hamish's anger? Kind of? Her studies and her family? No.
I think it's poisoning, but I'm not sure. Is it deadly precision, perhaps?
It was a complex process to prepare, and it had to be triggered by at a precise moment.
Yeah, maybe.
This and poison?
Could be. No.
This and this might make sense from a perspective of if she's a sufficiently educated person, she's able to... The knowledge she acquired at uni might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction to the deadly plants. She had the knowledge to kill with plants. She had a master's degree in plants. I think she could kill with plants. Now, whether she did, I do think she could. The vents were used, and deadly precision or poisoning? Yeah, vents and poisoning. No. Okay, we've got deadly plants stolen. I'm surprised there isn't, like, fire here.
And poisoning. How about poisoning and deadly plant stolen? No, we already apparently have that.
Yeah.
Missing deadly plants and deadly precision? No, that doesn't make sense.
I don't understand what her family can connect to. Like...
Oh, that is probably the White and Dunn.
The money that Montague June regularly gave her exceeds the needs of a student. Okay. Her studies and social situations were dependent on dead father.
Yeah.
He's angry and wants to be the new director.
Yeah.
He has a motive. He believes that he and his father's lives were ruined by dead father. He wants credit for the work. Hamish wished to take over the directorship, but knew it wouldn't be possible as long as dead father was still alive. We're getting smaller and smaller possibility space. Vents used and deadly precision? Or deadly missing plants seem to be... All of these three. It doesn't make sense with Albert's ambition.
No. What are we supposed to connect Albert's ambition with? Huh. Well, currently that's the one that's hardest for me to understand. Could it be Albert's ambition and ventilation used?
I feel like the most likely is Albert's ambition. Oh, I was going to say poisoning again, because, like, if his dad died, maybe he wants to... and
yeah,
he's not guilty. He wants to get better at plants to understand things, but you want ventilations used?
I want to try.
No.
Then it must be deadly precision, but that doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it's to do with the missing plants? Oh, well, you get the next guess, and then I'm guaranteed to be right.
Precision.
There you
I'll
go.
try deadly precision.
Albert's lack of experience. He's not good at botany. It's doubtful he could have managed to do this precisely. I agree with that.
I want to explore what it happens if we say he is knowledgeable first, though.
That apparently disagrees with
Okay, so
the woman is capable.
Yeah, remove her first, just so we can explore all the options here.
That's a bit offensive. More than one person can be capable of a murder. And we can't even explore anyway because we need the other things.
Okay, let's just connect the last ones then, so we have all the nodes.
Actually, this is interesting. There's only 5 things here. So there's one missing, like...
Either that or one is used twice, which we have had happen before. Ventilation used and poisoning, did we do that?
Yeah. Ventilation and deadly precision?
Yeah, try deadly precision.
Deadly precision has been used twice then. Hamish's opportunity. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants at the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do so. But this now conflicts with Albert.
Yes.
Even though there's no other option for this. So Albert has to be...
Oh, so... Okay, so
innocent.
by doing that, we have locked ourselves out of even exploring anyone else.
Oh, you think deadly, like, precision here means we are picking not the sun?
Yes. Because now we have something that if we have the sun is nullable, and I'm assuming the same's gonna be with white's nullable, it's gonna go and glow, and we have now locked ourselves into one answer.
Maybe. There's 4 here. We can do deadly plants and deadly precision, or deadly plants and poisoning.
Deadly poisoning.
Because we've just used precision twice.
Yeah.
Theft and murder. The killers may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. That would match with this, if these two were...
Yeah.
And actually, for a second, it was like highlighting the outlines that showed that. I can't seem to get it to... There we go. Do it again. And then lastly, it's missing plants, deadly precision.
Yeah. And now we have all our nodes.
The Divine Syndicate left the plants there in order to murder him. Someone stole the deadly plants before the Divine Syndicate... The sect is not involved, okay. Therefore, it must be Hamish. He had the opportunity to steal their plants and stimulate them from his workplace, directly after he'd locked him inside the Colonial Collection Room. This leads to... arrest Martin Hamish.
So, yeah. That's a bit annoying, because in all the other ones, we have had the opportunity to explore different options, but here we clearly locked ourselves out.
What if we say he... there was a complete theft? But no, this is just there's no option for
removing that. So for some reason, once you put in the node that is Hamish's opportunity, you lock yourself away from exploring any other possibility than that he's guilty.
There we go. No, that's his guilty one.
Yeah. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
It's bad that it doesn't work like the others, yes. They should all work the same way and abide by the same rules.
Like, at no point should it be like, because you unlock this node before this one, you lock yourself out.
I want to see all the options and then decide which things I want.
Precisely.
Well, there's nothing else we can... There's like no other choice. No. We have to go...
Like, if we try, let's try making White is knowledgeable.
Okay.
And see.
No, it directly conflicts with his opportunity.
Yeah. And we can't change that. So we can't get to see the other options because of that.
I mean, maybe it is that he's the only person that could have done this crime.
Yes, but I would still like to see the other ones.
It could be that we're missing some evidence, Wick.
I guess we'll see when we hand in our answer now and see if we have had all the clues.
Like, I feel like maybe we've missed a bit of something with the burning mask thing, because that hasn't come up at all here.
No.
And we've never done anything with the burning mask.
No. But the game has never asked us to do anything about it either.
So what are we meant to do now? Go
arrest
him,
I guess.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
But yeah, if we get that we found all the clues as well, then there really is just no excuse for locking yourself
the player in.
Out of it. Yeah.
We don't need to go this way, do we? We can teleport. Right, we never found a use for this, for one thing.
Oh, that's true. Oh no. I mean, we used it in the reenactment.
But it's clearly indicating...
Yeah.
Do something with it. I was thinking maybe it was originally a part of the, like, God statue, but the God statue wasn't something that you could look at.
Mm-hmm. Where would that be then? Because the statue wasn't in where we saw it kind of like fall.
Part of a statue or sculpture. And the only statue I can think of is the God statue.
Yeah.
But it's more of like a carved wooden thing.
Mm-hmm.
Than a big marble something.
Okay, if you try, can you still go to where they are?
To...
The sect.
The people? Oh, the religious people, okay.
Since that's the only place where we have seen any statues and pots and things that we could potentially compare it to. I mean, I can't see.
Right, we need a big green and white something.
if you go over where the thing was buried first. Like, make sure nothing is over there. Yeah, no, that's just the other pots.
No.
I already looked at that.
This guy is not made of marble. He's made of, like, a bonsai
This
tree.
must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
There's no other statues or anything, is there?
Not that I know. Although it's hard for me to see in here, it is too dark.
Yeah. Enough. And also, it would make no sense why a statue from cave would end up here.
Like, the only place I didn't go was over here because I didn't want to walk on his Zen garden. So I'm a monster now, ruining his Zen gravel garden. And there's no other location.
No, so it's either that we haven't found where that thing is to be used in the garden, or we just...
Or it doesn't get used? It's a red herring item?
It can't make that. I mean, true. It could be that once there is more of the game after we arrest him, it could very well be that we will get more clues then. I'm just... Oh, I wish we had just an ordinary save function, but oh well.
No, it doesn't let you do that.
I know.
It's a mean game.
It's like, live with your mistakes.
Look for green and white statues.
It wasn't part in the burned bits, more of it, was it?
You couldn't burn something that's made out of marble.
No, but like, in a desperate attempt to get rid of it.
I'm gonna try and burn these stones. See, this is vaguely green and white.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense considering that the statue came from an exhibit close to this.
Yeah, it came from in there.
Yeah, but we never found anything to use it on here.
We also never really followed up about these being replaced, right?
Being cleaned, so that they can see in.
Well, I also assumed it was to, like, clear up the evidence of the toxic spores. That maybe the spores...
Oh, I just assumed so it could see in from his office.
Either or.
Drop.
Thing? I mean, if we go through everything and we don't find anything, then by all means.
No, that's green.
Yeah.
You wanted to look at this again, but it's green.
Yeah, it's green, so it's not that. But it does look like they've thrown ceramics on there, I'm just saying. That looks like a vase.
That's the gas mask. Now I'm stuck on the wrong side of the foot-high wall.
Mm-hmm. Can't have that.
We also never used the water tower.
No.
A water tank.
But I
We
suppose
just examined it.
It is only an examine, yeah. Whereas this was an interact with, and now it's gone, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we just move on with life. And I will just have to live with, not having all the clues sorted out.
Don't know what it would go on.
I would assume, like, it's you find the broken shards of the rest of the statue or something that's been cleaned away, but... we haven't done
There's
that.
this large, suspicious covered thing.
Uh-huh.
And that thing that you wanted to be interactable that wasn't.
Yeah. Oh well. There it is.
Here it is.
He agrees with
Oh,
you.
thank goodness.
That we found in the colonial collection room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
And whose space is it nearest? It's nearest...
That's pretty far.
That's only through one building.
Yeah, but I think the other one is just one door.
You think this way is immediately the other guy's thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's his window.
Yeah.
That's even more damning of him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but now everything in evidence has been used. I am happy.
You're happy. We're allowed to go to,
You can now progress in the rest,
Go
yes.
to Lestrade.
Yes.
But you already have to live with your mistakes in real life. Oh, poor Wick.
Yeah, don't we all, Wick? Don't we all?
Are there new evidences here? No. And we also never used the evidence about him belonging to the Fancy Pants Club.
No.
Locked.
What?
Locked.
Where's Lestrade then? Here.
No, I don't think we got another clue. At that point, it should have
is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Triggered the little
I
thingamabobber.
knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Sometime later. We found the bust that matched the missing thing, Dewalki. Hidden in a...
I mean, you can quickly open deduction just to make sure.
I don't think it gave us a new... No, it didn't give us
so
new
either.
clues.
No.
All it does is even more incriminate Mr. Man.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Tab, arrest him is completed. Find out who killed him. How is this incomplete? We've done this. Do I talk to you?
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house.
Large glass house.
There's no need to hurry.
Do we...
Yeah, he probably is dead.
What, you think he's committed suicide?
Or he's been murdered, depending.
It was in here. Is the thing we missed.
Which, well done for us for missing, honestly, now that I know it's there.
Oh yeah, now that you know it's there, it's like, how could I not see that thing?
Yeah, it's giant. It's the only thing in the hallway.
Dry.
Was
Where
that
are we
the
even
dog?
going?
I'm exploring every single space to make sure no one else is here to talk to.
Okay.
He should be in here. This is the big one. Yet he's not here? Maybe he is down this side.
Is he, No.
No? Ooh.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Ooh.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
He has feet.
He has a letter.
Why are his feet interesting?
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
I didn't notice the letter. Yes, well done. Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I can't forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so, here and now. Farewell.
Oh, of course. If he has a club foot, he can't have done it alone, can he?
Examine Martin Hamish's body at the reserve. Well, why? How is sprinting involved?
If he has a club foot, he can't. You had to activate both vents, and he couldn't do that in time if he has a club foot.
Okay, so the woman also wants revenge. Because she's in the other room with... Well, it could be the son as well.
And we have now things to do.
Oh, we have conclusions to make about his club foot.
Yes.
His confession and club... I wonder what combination of things, Maury. Which one would you like?
It's too many to choose from. I couldn't possibly say.
Hamish acted alone, ? He was unable to run due to his tibial torsion, his club foot. We should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Discuss with Lestrade the possible impact of this clue. Is this the game giving us a chance to undo our mistake?
No, not undo our mistake, because he's already dead, but, if you go now to B, and you say that one of them is nullable.
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place.
We're going to do the timeline management
With
thing?
a timeline.
Yeah.
Much as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
I'm psychic, Maury.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay, so Martin and Hamish Montague met Albert in the Seed House at around 9:30.
Albert and Montague met him at the Seed House here. So what do? Do I place it on multiple people's? No, I put it on green, because it's a green one. Albert saw Hamish returning from visiting Mrs. White.
10 minutes past 10.
10 minutes past 10. Montague Dunn is in the Dry Tropics room. 20 minutes to 10.
9:40.
No, after 10 minutes. So, there. Because it's 20 minutes to 10, but then 10 minutes later, he entered the Dry Tropics. Okay.
So which 10:30 they find his body. Which is the last yellow.
Okay. His poisoned isn't... I was assuming poisoned is different than body. 10:30? And now we have...
Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed that Montague Dunn was well, which was at around 10:30.
At 9:30. This? No.
No. Hamish returned to the Seed House at the same time that Dunn entered the Dry Tropics. So at 9:50.
Okay.
And then they go together
Montague
20
Dunn
minutes to 10.
and Hamish both leave.
Minutes to 10.
Montague Dunn and Hamish both leave. Which one is this? Montague, Hamish, and Miss White? No. Hamish and
It's
Albert?
the one above.
No.
Above.
Hamish and Dunn. 10 minutes. Recommenced his inspection. Okay, so this one is here.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss White is talking with Hamish in the laboratory.
That was 10.
Had a conversation with her at 10. Sure. And then she also... He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White, her and Miss White, at 10 minutes past 10.
That is the one when she saw Hamish and Albert in the Waterlily greenhouse and joined them at 10:40.
You think that's this one? Martin Hamish returns after talking with Miss White.
Yeah, that's 10 minutes past 10.
Okay, this one is the 10 past 10. And then this one, Miss White joins Hamish and Albert at the Waterlily greenhouse. Play events.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Yes.
He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, It is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen
She has
at 10
more
o'clock,
than enough time.
which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
This feels like too much stuff for us to not have been railroaded into making the first decision. White's timeline. Miss White stayed alone in the laboratory after speaking with Martin. Since Montague Dunn showed signs of poisoning at 10:20, White had 20 minutes to act. He had 10 minutes to act. It would be difficult for him.
I would assume it's White and Hamish. Here's the 20 minutes.
White had time, or she is not involved.
She had time. She was the one who was in the right room, and we need to change the White's lack of experience
Presumably
because she
these
definitely
two
had
combined
that.
then?
Yeah, probably.
No. No? They have not formed a thing?
No, because if you look at it, it's if you now assume that it's her, Albert is not involved, so that's that one. But currently we have her as White lack of experience.
White is an accomplice.
Can we now change that she is knowledgeable?
So continue. You want her to be...
I want to see if we can, if it's changed anything.
No, it kills...
Okay. It kills the
still,
entire line.
It
Fine.
still kills this one.
Okay, so we still locked ourselves out from exploring those options.
I feel like this is forced by the game, but maybe I've misunderstood.
It's forced in that we didn't explore the other options until we opened up that node. Like, the second we put together the two clues that gave us Hamish opportunity, everything was locked in and we railroaded.
The same thing probably happens if you do hers as a, like, opportunity thing then.
No, I don't think so. Because maybe you have to do them in a certain order.
Now, Margaret White and Martin Hamish was his accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation had been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. Condemn her. She is a dangerous woman capable of carrying out an elaborate murder for monetary gain. She flirted with the son, Albert, and later pushed Martin to his own suicide. She deserves the rope. Or, she is a desperate woman in debt. I don't believe she's in debt when she has a jar full of jewels. Resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen. When Dunn cast her aside, she killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. I'm all for condemning her. You, Maury?
I mean, I was far more willing to be swayed by the last case, where it's like, okay, this woman is in an abusive relationship with her husband and she's forced to kill.
She's
this
just
one's
a gold
clear
digger.
condemn.
Yeah.
Like the other one I felt sorry about, at least.
All right.
But Holmes,
At least we got to use
how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use
it's
your
probably
brain.
gonna be quick time.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining. the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on
We're gonna have to shoot her in the head.
Oh, shoot.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
Ooh.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm.
Am I meant to go towards
Not one
her?
step further.
Oh, we're meant
Don't
to.
try to stop me.
We're meant to drive her.
Like you're pushing her to.
Yeah.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Ah! I didn't have long enough.
Blobber!
This is...
Are you able
No!
to do?
Let me do it again. Redo. I didn't want her to die. It just didn't give me long enough. Older man reflexes.
Oh, so this one you were really quick about wanting to redo, but shooting a man in the head. Now you were finally.
He was trying to kill someone else. To cover up his crime.
Wait, we have to do it all over?
No, we just have to say condemn her again.
Okay.
And we'll get the talk. Yeah, the other guy deserves it. He's trying to kill someone else to cover up his crime.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that...
It is...
Oh, and it's actually going to let me skip through it, which is nice. Why didn't it let me do that before, though? Ah, it doesn't let you do it during the...
Mr. Holmes, good
the
day
bits to
you.
do with the QTE.
You do not seem surprised.
I can't do it
Miss
anymore.
Well,
No.
Not for too long. So
No,
please
I
tell-
can,
You were
but it
wrong.
briefly didn't
It
let
was
me.
You think
What?
I think
it is
when
it is
it's
over, Miss White.
animated,
The
you
police
can't.
will be here any minute.
Like
The
when
other
they're doing
side.
movements.
No, stop.
Okay. Move forwards.
I beg you
It was
not
moved forward
to do
twice,
this,
I
Miss White.
think.
3 times.
Don't come any closer.
3 times, and then
And then the QTE.
aim.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not
You
one
shouldn't
step
really
further.
say we.
Don't try to stop me.
No. But it's
Stop
Sherlock.
this
It's a royal
foolishness.
we.
You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
I don't feel
Well
like I was
done,
locked
Watson.
on, but
She
okay.
was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Miss White is a dangerous woman, capable of carrying out an elaborate murder. When she realized she was unable to make any further monetary gain from Montague Dunn, she advanced her affections to Albert, his son. She was one who locked the door of the collection room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars, and then pushed Hamish to his suicide only to cover herself. She got what she deserved. Ready?
Okay. Did we miss any clues?
100% White is an accomplice.
Yay. Oh.
Except
I feel better.
most people solved it the same way. Most people made the same choice. Severe judge.
Mm-hmm.
A half-moon walk.
We don't know how long this is gonna be, though.
We do not. We can at least get the start played.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
There's a murder on the menu?
We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Well, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Not little Timmy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Help an innocent man.
And forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
All right, and what's our goodie from the last one? It's the plant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Solve the crime at Half Moon Street. Investigate the crime scene and talk to witnesses at Half Moon Street. Interrogate Leighton and examine his belongings at Scotland Yard. So this looks like it might be the reverse, where we're proving someone innocent rather than guilty.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can't believe that anything else that the Merry Men will make an appearance in this.
Yes, they were in 2 previous stories and they haven't been resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I
no
totally
way that
agree.
was just something that goes in there. So I don't think this will be like a quick, easy, let's bust.
But there's only 3 people, right?
Yeah.
So there can't be that many. Like, one of these is presumably the brother, who's innocent.
Uh-huh.
And then
yeah.
one who's a merry man and one other innocent person who just circumstantially looks potentially guilty?
Who knows? But can we at least pet Toby before we...
Yes, we can.
Anything.
There's always time. Oh.
Hello, Toby.
Who's
All
in the
you
chair
need now
now?
is a shawl and a mop cap, and you could be Mrs. Hudson's younger sister.
Oh my god! Brutal! And is Catwoman still watching? Always watching.
Always watching.
Okay. Final thoughts for this segment?
I enjoyed everything but the railroading on the last case.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if it is railroaded. I feel like it probably is by the game, and then you do the timeline thing and you like make up for your mistake.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can't help feeling that if we had done like Albert is knowledgeable before we had done the conclusion that Hamish had opportunity, we would have been able to see like he does the crime on his own, no one else involvement.
Maybe. I don't think there was an option for he's knowledgeable, but there was like he could do it without knowledge. Wasn't there?
No, there was one he is knowledgeable enough. Okay. And the same with White was knowledgeable.
Yeah, the girl was definitely able to be knowledgeable. Her and Hamish, yes. But I thought the son was only able to be doing it low-tech because he's not smart enough at botany.
I can't remember exactly what the choice said, but regardless, I think you could have started with him and gotten a not timeline, but suggestion of he has committed a crime on his own, no one else involved.
And it lets you be wrong.
With your life.
Maybe.
Yes.
But that would be like the fully wrong... Maybe you could do that with her as well.
It would be fully wrong, but it is the possibility to see like the different options.
The voicing has still been good. The mini games have been mostly okay, aside from the lack of tutorialization a couple of times. There have been relatively few, but that was an issue that we said before anyway. The music has been fine. It would have been nice. We got to be Doggo. Excellent. Many points for being Doggo. And it actually did a really good job of like the smell-o-vision vision.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is, as you mentioned, I agree that it would be nice to have a fast travel system for inside the botany zone. Just like there were the fast...
It's the first time. It's the first time it's been one area that's been
so big,
and
you
really
have to walk around it so many times. All the other spaces are like you fully explore one room and then you maybe come back to that room to talk to the person again.
Mm-hmm.
But this was probably look through most of the rooms 3 times. And it was the biggest space yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you there.
Especially when the game then tells you go to the laboratory and you're just standing there for a second going, oh yeah, which one of these 3 doors is the fastest way to the laboratory?
It took a while. I finally had it mentally down in my head at the end, I think. Okay. Thank you all for joining. I hope you have had a lovely time. Thank you, Maury.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. And then we just have the final case that we need to solve.
Yes, one case next time on the Senior Detectives.
Yes. I don't know when you want to do that. If you want to do
work
it
that out
tomorrow or
offline.
if you want to wait. Okay.
Catch you all later.
Right.